one listens to just one style of music. The best variety is on Voice of Laguna FM.
Là dove il mare luccica e grida forte il vento, c'è una vecchia terrazza vicino al golfo di Sorrento. Un uomo abbraccia una ragazza dopo che aveva pianto, poi si schiarisce la voce ed incomincia il canto. Te voglio bene assai, ma tanto, tanto bene sai, è una catena ormai che scioglie sangue in te bene sai. Vide le luci in mezzo al mare, penso alle notti là in America, ma erano solo le lampade e la bianca scia d'un'elica. Senti il dolore nella musica, s'alzò dal pianoforte, ma quando vide la luna uscire da una nuvola, gli sembrò più dolce anche la morte. Guardo negli occhi la ragazza, quegli occhi verdi come il mare, poi all'improvviso uscì una lacrima e lui credette d'affogare. Te voglio bene assai, ma tanto, tanto bene sai, è una catena ormai che scioglie sangue in te bene sai. Potenza della lirica, dove ogni dramma è un falso, che con un po' di trucco e con la mimica puoi diventare un altro. Ma due occhi che ti guardano così vicini e veri, ti fa scordare le parole, confondono pensieri. Così diventò tutto piccolo, anche le notti là in America. Ti volti e vedi la tua vita come la bianca scia d'un'elica. Ma sì, è la vita che finisce, ma lui non ci pensò poi tanto, anzi si sentiva già felice e incominciò il suo canto. Te voglio bene assai, ma tanto, tanto bene sai, è una catena ormai che scioglie sangue in te bene sai.
Voice of Laguna is the soul of Laguna.
Okay, everybody, we're going to get going here. It's official. Okay, Happy New Year, everybody. This is the January 9th, 2024 City Council meeting, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilmember Weiss will lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, please, Anne Marie.
Councilmember Orgill, Councilmember Weiss, Councilmember Whalen,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi,
Here.
Mayor Kemp.
Here. And Councilmember Orgill is sick tonight. We wish him well and hope he's back soon. He's just feeling a little off today. Okay. We got a lot of new people here. How many in the room have never been to a council meeting before? Okay. So we have some business to take care of up front, and then we'll get to everybody soon. At this time, I'm just have a couple announcements. First, I'm going to ask the city attorney, do you have any report out from our closed session today?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the one item listed on the agenda for an existing litigation matter. The council convened at 4:01 PM and recessed at 4:21 PM. The 4 council members on the dais were present and Councilmember Orgill was absent due to his illness.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Okay, before we have some extraordinary business, but before we do that, we have 2 items on the agenda tonight. Item 15, which is a commercial maintenance ordinance. We're going to be pulling that for future consideration. And item 16, which is our facilities master plan. We're going to be pulling that and probably rehearing that on February 13th. That's the tentative schedule. So if anybody in the room here would like to speak on the continuance or removal from the agenda of any of these items, you can come up to the podium now. Anybody have anything?
Madam Mayor, I had a question on the commercial district property maintenance program. Are we, do we want to continue that? Because didn't we notice that already and we don't want to
We're gonna continue
re-notice?
it, yeah.
Okay, so we're not going to remove it. We're going to,
Well, we're not going to hear it tonight,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
okay.
Nobody? And I don't see anybody on Zoom. Okay. Next item of business is extraordinary business, and we're going to start, we have County Supervisor Katrina Foley here. She's our representative, and she's here to make a presentation for Councilmember Whalen.
Indeed, some extraordinary business. Thank you so much for including me in this presentation today. I'm Katrina Foley, your County Supervisor, representing District 5, which includes the cities from Costa Mesa all the way to San Clemente, including Laguna Beach. And so it's been my privilege and honor to be able to work with all of you, but also especially with former Mayor Whalen. Over the last few years, we've worked together on a variety of crises and collaborated to have positive outcomes, and you're just such a great service to your community here in Laguna Beach and throughout Orange County. Your influence is reaching far beyond the borders of Laguna Beach. So I have the privilege and honor to be able to present a proclamation for you. And so I'll read the proclamation because I think the data and the importance of the content here is important for your history of your service. And so bear with me for a moment. And by the Honorable Katrina Foley, Orange County Supervisor, commending and recognizing the Honorable Bob Whalen. Whereas the Honorable Bob Whalen was first elected to the Laguna Beach City Council in 2012, and whereas Mayor Whalen served 5 terms as mayor of the city of Laguna Beach, first in 2015, then 2019, 2021, and 2023, last time. And whereas Mayor Whalen guided Laguna Beach through complex challenges, obstacles, and crisis. And whereas Mayor Whalen led the city of Laguna Beach through its response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the Orange County oil spill. And I think that's where we first started collaborating more intentionally together to try to solve those issues, as well as the development of associated economic recovery programs. Whereas Mayor Whalen built a safer, more resilient and sustainable community by seeking innovative parking solutions, collaborating with the South Orange County Wastewater Authority to reduce sewage spills, initiating the city's 2019 wildfire mitigation and fire safety plan, and creating additional programs, mitigation measures, staffing, and equipment needed to reduce the current level of high fire risk in Laguna Beach. And its implementation included installation of a helicopter water refilling tank on the fire road, new city outdoor warning system, an extended citywide camera system, and $1 million grant for fuel modification efforts in South Laguna. And whereas Mayor Whalen's leadership continued through his work to push for improved fire safety and reduce fire risks associated with overhead utilities by working to underground utilities throughout the city. And you know, I'm right there with you. We're going to get that done. It's going to be the death of me, but I'm going to get it done. And engagement with the utility companies to underground utility lines on Laguna Canyon Road to improve safety for residents and visitors. And whereas Mayor Whalen led efforts in 2023 in supporting the Laguna Beach Police Department through investments to ensure the recruitment and retainment of the highest quality officers. Now therefore be it resolved that Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley, on behalf of the County of Orange, commend, honor, and recognize the years of dedicated service and leadership by Mayor Bob Whalen to the city of Laguna Beach. The residents of Laguna Beach and all of Orange County benefit from the Honorable Bob Whalen's decade of service to our slice of paradise in Laguna Beach. So, Bob, I'm really honored to know you. Sorry I missed the December meeting, but I truly have enjoyed working with Councilmember Whalen, and I think he does have always the best interests of Laguna at heart, and he always is a good problem solver. You all are fortunate to be able to serve with him. And with that, I'd like to also recognize our new mayor, Sue Kemp, who is, I know you didn't know this. He was surprised. Now you're surprised. I wasn't able to attend the December meeting where you were appointed as mayor by your colleagues, but I'm looking forward to being able to partner with you in the coming year. And I'll just read a couple things. On behalf of the County of Orange, with honor, I award the certificate of recognition to Honorable Sue Kemp in celebration of your appointment to serve as mayor of Laguna Beach. Your colleagues entrusted you with the duty of leading the city of Laguna Beach and providing residents with excellent public service for a second time. You diligently led the city through the Emerald Fire and the Coastal Fire in 2022. Does anyone hear a theme? We got to fix that, right? Ensuring that collaboration with the County of Orange allowed Laguna Beach residents to return to their homes safely. Laguna Beach residents and business owners will remain safe as a result of your commitment to the undergrounding of the Laguna Canyon power lines and to public safety. And I'm looking forward to working with you. We have a lot that we can do together in partnership. So I'd like to recognize you with this certificate of recognition.
We got another.
Yeah, one more. Okay. Sorry to disrupt your meeting. One more. Okay, so this one is also very special to me. So I think most people who know us know that Alex Runagi, your new mayor pro tem, I first met Alex when he applied for the job to work for my office. So he's now off doing a lot of great things, and really proud of the work that you've done and the work that you're doing on behalf of Laguna Beach and also just all of Orange County. I get lots of communication from Alex about issues that he cares about and ideas that he has, and I love that. You all here in Laguna Beach are really privileged to be able to have somebody who is always thoughtful and thinking and, you know, trying to find creative solutions to things. So here, I'll read this in recognition of all these things. In celebration of your appointment to serve as Mayor Pro Tem of Laguna Beach, as the youngest council member in the storied history of Laguna Beach, and the youngest mayor pro tem in Orange County, you are a trailblazer for young people in public service. Your commitment to addressing the housing emergency and business vitality will allow the next generation to work, live, and enjoy the paradise that is Laguna Beach. So congratulations, Alex, Mayor Pro Tem. So I thank you. And like I said, I look forward to, as the new mayor, we have our monthly mayor meetings and I'll be expecting the wish list from Laguna Beach so that we can get to work at the county in advocating on your behalf. Thank you all.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
Supervisor.
Thank you.
For those of you standing up by the door, we do have some seats here if you want to sit down. You might be standing up a while otherwise. Okay, we have some items of extraordinary business this evening, and I'm going to start first with Green Business Certification Recognition. And there's 8 businesses that have met the California Green Business Network certification and recertification requirements. The Green Business Certification Program is managed by Waste Management as part of its franchise agreements with the city. These businesses have gone above and beyond to implement programs to conserve our natural resources. For example, these businesses have installed LED lighting, participate in the city's recycling or organics program, install low flow aerators for faucets provided by Laguna Beach County Water District, reduce use of disposable paper products and use products from recycled materials, switch to eco-friendly cleaning products, use Star energy efficient appliances and equipment, signed up for 100% renewable energy, Southern California's Green Rate program. I would like to acknowledge the businesses and representatives that are here today. If you'd like to come forward. Art Time Borrow by Nicole Pareto. Come on up. Just in front of the podium, or just in front of the dais, that'd be great. Dog Ranch Bed and Biscuit, owner Stephanie Marshall. Stephanie here? Okay. Earthstones International, Elsa Federico, welcome. Eco Now, Thea Merritt. Laguna Beach Cultural Arts Center manager, Danny Gray. Okay. Peter Blake Gallery. Peter Blake. Other businesses and representatives that could not attend the meeting are House of Wellness. It's owned by Hannah Rogers, and Seven Roots by Paulina Roth. Congratulations, everybody.
Not really.
You wanna sit
Yes,
for that?
yes, please. Thank you.
Ready? Yeah. Okay, next up, this is one of my favorite things to do. We're going to recognize some of our employees in Laguna Beach City staff for their years of service. So I'm going to start with people who have served for a full year now. Samuel Tejeda. Oh, here. Congratulations. Yeah. Corey Solomon, Marine Safety Officer. Here's your plan. Okay. Matthew Tran, Senior IT Analyst. Next 5 years of service, Daniel Lopez, Police Officer. Wow. That's pretty. That's pretty good sound. Okay. Okay, and last 10 years, 10 long years, Lillian Irish Code Enforcement Supervisor. Okay, we're gonna, come on up, we'll take a picture. Okay, next up, we have the 2023 City Photo Contest, and we're going to recognize the winners tonight. In October 2023, the City of Laguna Beach relaunched the city's photo contest to those who live, work, or exhibit in Laguna Beach. The theme was Through the Lens of Laguna Beach, and we had 122 photo submissions from 45 participants. These photos will be shared throughout the year on the city's social media channels and in the city's weekly community letter. The contest judge was local photographer Mary Hurlbutt. First place receives $500 and the runner-up winners receive $100. We are honored and excited to present to you this evening the winners of the 2023 Laguna Beach Photo Contest. When I announce your name, please come up so we can take a photo of the winning photographers. Kelly Daniels with her photo Sunrise in the Canyon. And the first place winner, Mitch Ritter, with his photograph, colorful image of 3rd Street Hill. Yeah. The other winners who could not make it tonight are Gemma Toteri with her photo Sunrise at Heisler Park and Christopher Allwine with his photo Wave Runner. Wow. I think I'll just let you stand there. Okay. Okay, and finally, we have a recognition for our Public Works Department for receiving the 2023 Project of the Year Award in the category of Stormwater Quality. Tonight, we're joined by Pat Somerville of the American Public Works Association to tell us more and present the award. Thanks for coming. Get out of your stuff.
Good evening. I'm Pat Somerville. I'm the past president and awards committee chair for the Southern California chapter of the American Public Works Association, known as APWA. Our chapter covers Los Angeles, Orange County, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties, and we are the 5th largest chapter in the United States with almost 1,400 members. Our mission is to promote public works professional excellence and awareness through education and advocacy. As part of that mission, the chapter recognizes the top public works projects of the year as part of our highly competitive annual Best Awards program. I'm honored to be here, I believe now for the 3rd straight year, to make a similar announcement, which is really a tribute to the great work that your public works team is delivering on behalf of the city. So I'm pleased to announce that the city of Laguna Beach was selected for the Irvine Cove Lift Station as a top project of the year award for 2023. A little bit about this project. It provides wastewater services for over 2,500 residents. It installed a natural gas powered 70 kilowatt emergency generator and an underground vault, which is not common for these types of facilities. In doing so, the facility preserves the view of the ocean and provides environmental protection for the high-value ocean habitat. The generator ensures continuous operation to prevent potential spills and beach closures during any outages. And during construction, a temporary access ramp was provided to maintain beach access. So on behalf of APWA, congratulations to the city on your award.
Come on, Mark, come up here. We're gonna get our Public Works guys up here. Congratulations, you guys. Let's take a picture.
Sure. Pleasure.
Okay, at this point, we're going to open for public communications. So this is for anyone who has something that's not on our agenda this evening. So come forward. I see Aaron's already here.
Yes, just 1 second before you start, Aaron. Just so everyone knows, after you speak, if you don't mind, you can sign the clipboard over here, only if you don't mind. It's just so we get your name correct on the minutes. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Laguna Beach community. My name is Erin Slattery, and I'm the CEO of the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce. Happy New Year. We invite you to join us this Thursday, January 11th, to celebrate Voice of Laguna with a ribbon cutting. And we have also another ribbon cutting coming up next Friday, the 19th at 10 a.m. at Ecuador Coffee. That's the new coffee shop that's part of the Rivian Theater. On Wednesday, 24th, for our board installation, it's going to be at Mozambique. So we're looking forward to having you all there. And there's more ribbon cuttings coming soon. The Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce is growing, and we are excited to be able to help celebrate our local businesses. Tickets are already on sale for the State of the City Mayor's Luncheon on April 2nd, presented by Empress Builders. And the Chamber Golf Tournament is now on May 14th, presented by Visit Laguna. Pageant of the Masters Locals Night is July 3rd this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron.
Matt Lawson, I just want to take a moment and congratulate our former mayor, Mayor Bob Whalen, our current mayor, Sue Kemp, and our mayor pro tem, Alex Renagi. They've obviously very deserving of the recognition at the county level. And I also want to thank, I guess she's no longer here, but our supervisor, Katrina Foley, who always has her back. Bob has been our faculty advisor, or one might say adult supervision on the EDPC now for the last 5 years. Alex has joined him as our alternate council liaison. And of course, Sue is our founding chair for the first 3.5 years that the committee existed and really got us off to a terrific start. And we really appreciate all that all three of you have done to improve public safety, as we do for everything that all the council members have done to move us in the right direction. So thank you all. We appreciate it. Have a good evening and
Thank you,
Happy
Matt.
New Year.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody else want to say anything that's not on the agenda tonight? And then Cheryl, I don't see anybody online, right?
Yeah, no hands, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close public communications, then we'll move on to council and staff reports. And I'll start first with our city clerk, Anne Marie McKay.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder that we are still seeking applications for the Design and Review Board, Environmental Sustainability Committee, Heritage Committee, Parking, Traffic, and Circulation Committee, Recreation Committee, and View Restoration Committee. So please get those applications into my office no later than 4:30 on Friday, January 19th. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Anne Marie. Our city treasurer, Laura
Yeah.
Parisi.
Yes, thank you. I am pleased to announce that the investment policy that the council approved in December, the 2024 investment policy, has received the Certificate of Excellence Award from the Association of Public Treasurers of the United States and Canada. I passed out the letter with the award to each of the council members, and I'm going to give a copy to the city clerk for the record as well. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you, Laura. Anything from our city manager
No report, Mayor. Thank you.
and from our city attorney, Megan?
No report, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Wise?
I make that three. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Whalen?
Just a quick mention, our treasurer just mentioned an award. It seems to be a night for awards. I appreciate Supervisor Foley coming, and that was a complete surprise, so I will thank her for that. But I also received yesterday in my email, which I passed along to Gavin Kern, the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, has awarded the city a Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for Gavin. I forget, this is several years in a row now. So congratulations to our finance department for their work on that and to the city. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nagy?
Yeah, just real quick. I attended the retirement celebration for Captain Dan Conroy, who retired after, I don't know, 20 or
25 years.
25 years of service to the fire department. So I'm really grateful for all that he's done for our community. And I also want to extend, today's Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. So I wanted to express my appreciation to all the work that our law enforcement do and the risks that they take on to keep us safe. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alex. I just have a couple comments. One is, we don't have a date yet, but we're going to be having what we call a study session on our wastewater system, which is our sewer system. And so Councilmember Renagi and I have been working on this with the city manager. We don't have a date yet, but we're going to have like a special session where we talk about, all the things that we do with our wastewater system, our investments and what's yet to come. So look for that at a meeting sometime in the near future. And also I also want to congratulate Gavin. I think, I don't know how many years in a row you've won this award, Gavin, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
I can't remember either as well, but I'd also like to mention Julie Neems, who's our Director of Finance, who was a big part of that. She's in the audience as well.
Yeah,
So,
congratulations.
Good
work
for her
every
team,
year.
and congratulations to her team as well.
Yeah, good work every year. Okay, and with that, we'll go to our consent calendar. Council, who would like to pull anything off of consent? Anybody? Okay, nobody?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
Mayor, would you please pull consent item 6 just for a minor correction?
Okay, Laura. Anybody from the public want to pull anything from the consent calendar? No, and then I don't see anybody.
No hands, Mayor.
Online. Okay, then
I would move approval of consent calendar items 1 through 5 and 7 through 12.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, number 6, Laura, you pulled that. Did you have a correction?
Yes, thank you very much. Under the warrants, the warrant run, we just need a minor date change on this. The 11/22 warrant run is really a 12/8/23 warrant run. It's important for the investment reports that I've prepared.
Okay,
Thank you. with that
okay, can
change.
I get a motion?
So moved. Move the recommended action with the correction that the treasurer just provided.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that concludes our consent calendar. Okay, we're going to go to item 13, which I think, are most of you here for the fuel modification treatment protocols? Yeah, okay. Everybody raise your hand if you're here. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is what we do. I see a lot of people I haven't seen before in a council meeting, so this is how we do it. We'll have a report from our staff. And then if the council has any questions of the staff, we'll ask questions. And then at that time, I'll open the public hearing. You can come up and speak, and you have 2 minutes. And after that, after everybody speaks, we'll come back to the council and we'll do our deliberations. Okay? So we'll start first with Jeremy Freeman and Police Chief King. Fire Chief King. Guess you have 2 jobs now.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Nico King, your fire chief. Happy to be here this evening. Tonight, we are covering item number 13, review of fuel modification programs, treatment protocols. As you can imagine, City of Laguna Beach has a pretty unique fuel modification program. To give you an overview, we manage over 400 acres. 285 acres are grazed by our goats. Approximately 115 of those acres are hand treated. The goat grazing occurs once a year in each zone, and the hand crews that are done and treated are done three different phases throughout the year. The first phase, going through the seasons, is after the rain falls, and it's to examine those grasses and the weeds and see what kind of growth that they've had throughout the winter. They're treated. The second phase is in the springtime to see the amount of growth and what we're looking like heading into the summer months. And then the third pass of treatment is usually as needed. It's the removal of the dead vegetation and really preparing it for the fire season to make our community as safe as we can. Our treatment protocol is approved by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and of course, the permitting process through the California Coastal Commission. The objective of our fuel modification program is to keep our community safe. Our fuel zones are about 100 feet off of the residential properties in those buildings that are adjacent to the open space in Laguna Beach. That 100-foot buffer protects those properties. The goal, again, is to remove 50% of that vegetation for the purpose of trying to reduce 75% of the energy if there is an encroaching fire. So again, if a fire is heading towards Laguna Beach in an open space, these fuel modification zones aren't intended to stop a fire, but rather give the opportunity for firefighters to know that there's not going to be as much energy release once they get to the thin vegetation, and allow us to prioritize and protect property and evacuate life. Again, the unique part of our treatment is that we remove the invasive plant species. We're not just removing all vegetation. We're removing 100% of the dead vegetation, and by doing this, we're allowing for the native plants to be sustained in our fuel mod zones. To give you an overview of the effort and really the amount of herbicide used, which is the crux of tonight's conversation. The herbicide is used primarily in those hand-treated zones, those 113 acres. We're able to look back at the calendar year of 2023 and closely examine how much herbicide was used. This graphic illustrates that the Roundup label allows for 256 fluid ounces per acre, but the City of Laguna Beach in our modification program only used 33 fluid ounces per acre, which is only 13% of the maximum allowed per acre. We are here because of the amount of public concern that we received and direction by council to examine and look at options for our fuel modification protocol. So I'm now going to turn it over to Jeremy Fremont from the City Manager's Office to go over some of those options that we've reviewed.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant to the City Manager. Before I go over and provide an overview of the various treatment options that the council can consider tonight, I'd like to provide a few points of clarification with what the staff report entails, starting with the scope. And what staff evaluated and the recommendations are based on the use of herbicide to remove invasive species and grasses within the city's fuel modification zones and within the mitigation sites. It's not applying, or our analysis and the recommendations don't apply to the city's hardscape and landscape. But just for a point of clarification there, the city does not use glyphosate in any of the parks or in any of these areas. It's checking with Public Works. This maintenance is done hand crews, mechanical equipment, or pardon me, hand pulling, mechanical equipment, and organic herbicides in some cases. Couple others that I'd like to further clarify from the report that we provided. We'll be using some terms and upfront and various programs and where we're using these treatment protocols. And first off, as the chief mentioned, we have our fuel modification program. That's the vegetation removal for fire safety. A term that I'll be using throughout this presentation is the concept of passive restoration. So when I use that term, that's applying to fuel modification programs. And at a very simple explanation of passive restoration is removing invasive plants in their seed bank, thus eliminating their biological stressors to the native habitat. And then as a second step, it's hands off. By removing that competition, plants, the native habitat can recover. Conversely, we look at our mitigation program, and the mitigation program is separate from the fuel modification program. However, it is linked to that program. We are required to conduct mitigation as a component of our fuel modification permit by the Coastal Commission. And that's because some of that thinning process requires us to remove native plant species. And in exchange for that authority, the Coastal Commission requires the city to mitigate, and that's restore habitat in other areas of the city. They're separate from fuel modification zones. These sites do not become fuel modification zones. It is strictly mitigating for habitat loss here is habitat gained over there within the city's jurisdiction. The other key term in these sites we use is active restoration. Same initial step as our passive restoration in terms of removing that biological stressor that's outcompeting the native habitat. But then as a secondary step, we actively restore the area. And that's either through planting or using or seeding the treated area. So that's some quick clarification. Now go over the options that are also included in the report. We're provided 5 options for council consideration. The first one is the existing treatment protocol. This is what the city's been utilizing since the fuel modification program began implementing hand crews. We provide up to 3 treatments per site per year. What we've generally noticed is that fuel modification goals are met after its second pass. In 2023, at the onset of this conversation with the public, we did introduce a public noticing component and opt-out provisions specifically to the herbicide use. Quick summary, the annual maintenance cost is just over $500,000. The fire chief will elaborate later, but we do believe this program does meet the fire safety objectives. It does allow for passive restoration. Herbicide is used in the process, and generally we see a low impact to soil erosion. However, there have been some circumstances in wetter years where we've seen minor erosion in areas. Option number 2 is the existing treatment protocol, except we're including what we're calling a buffer zone, which we would take a 20-foot strip adjacent to all trails and public right-of-ways that are within or adjacent to a fuel modification zone. And these buffer zones, we would not use any herbicide in these areas. We'd limit it strictly to hand treatment, mechanical treatment, similar to option 3 that I'll touch on in a moment here. This is developed out of the concept of eliminating exposure to those that would be walking in a public right-of-way or on a trail that are concerned post-treatment. And then just as an aside, attachment 3 of the staff report shows the maps of those buffer zones that we're proposing. Option 3 is a mechanical treatment, no herbicide. This is the recommended action that's from staff this evening. What we're proposing is that invasive plants and grasses would be removed by hand mowing equipment, weed whackers, etc. This would not have any change to the protocol for treating larger vegetation, trees, large brush, and those types of vegetation that would be under our existing treatments, chainsaws, and hand crews as well. No herbicide used on those. We would expect 3 treatments per year to address the fast-growing grasses as they continue to come back, similar to mowing our lawn every Saturday morning, just in the wildland habitat. Staff does want to note that there may be additional passes required in wetter years. If that grass is fast growing and recovering faster than we anticipate, we'll provide the public and the council with any update ahead of that if we anticipate we're going that direction, if this is the option that the council were to proceed with, of course. The cost does increase here. We're just about 1.4 million. We are confident that this could meet the fire safety objective goals. Because of the mechanical use, the weed whacking, we do not believe that it would allow for passive restoration, mechanical equipment doesn't address pre-emergent vegetation. But this method does not use herbicide. And lastly, with the erosion impact, there's high potential relative to the existing treatment. And then again, that's the mechanical equipment hitting the soil and the potential if it does and disrupting that topsoil. Option 4, this is akin to an integrated, this is our mechanical preference and continuing to use herbicide, but an alternate to glyphosate. It's an integrative approach, similar to something like the Natural Communities Coalition's best management practice. There's still a preference for hand mowing equipment, but where that's unsuccessful, there's a tiered approach using different synthetic herbicides, basically through a vetted process, an escalating approach of chemicals to address certain species, hardy invasive species. It's my observation that this would resemble really the existing treatment protocol in time, just without the use of glyphosate, but rather some sort of synthetic alternative. Lastly, option 5, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. We did look at what it would look like, what it would cost, what it looks like, just a hand pull in these areas. And you can see it's cost prohibitive. We were quoted at $10 million. We might find it cheaper, but not less. We're going up to a crew size of 45 individuals. We're currently at 6 to 8. We would need to do a minimum of 3 passes a year. It's just inefficient. 1 labor hour under the current program would be at minimum 10 labor hours hand picking grass, 1 blade at a time through the 115 acres. And we anticipate a high impact to the habitat based on just the number of individuals needed to walk through. 45 people walking through a treatment zone 3 times a year would impact the soil. Here's an overview of them. It's also included page 19, attachment 2 of the report. But with that, I will turn it back to the chief.
I just want to emphasize that whatever option is selected tonight and direction given to staff, that I'm confident that we can meet the fire safety objectives. We will continually monitor them as we carry them out throughout the year. We will report back to council on any changes, but there's a lot of variables that are involved, obviously with cost, with habitat restoration. But I think the number 1 priority for us is public safety. And so I just wanted to make sure that that point was emphasized.
Thanks, Chief. Yes, I think I'd just like to reiterate that this process that staff is recommending has a lot of introspective points and evaluation points on the efficacy, not only from a fire safety standpoint, but the trade-offs that are important to this community, be it the cost of the program, the habitat mitigation efforts, and the use of herbicide. So we're going to continue to monitor these, and if directed to proceed based on staff recommendations or whichever option, we look to report back with a comprehensive update no later than January of 2027 or prior to our 2027 treatment year. With that, I'd like to pivot over to our mitigation program and discuss that. We're recommending, well, first off, what our mitigation program is. As mentioned, required by Coastal Commission to mitigate 5 acres of active restoration in response to being able to conduct fuel modification in 10/11/20 and 21. That's South Laguna, parts of Arch Beach Heights, and the Driftwood neighborhood behind Z Pizza. This would be a 5-year project. The area would be closed to the public as the active restoration occurs for about 3 to 5 years. You can see in the map, it's behind the development and kind of up in the hills there. The objective of this plan that's been developed and approved by Coastal Commission is to remove invasive species, and we're also return impacted habitat to high and very high value habitat. Coastal Commission will be evaluating the city's efficacy and ability to meet this special condition that from conception, within 3 to 5 years, 75% of native coverage needs to be in that area with no more than 5% of invasive or non-native coverage. So that will be the metric that we are measured by. When we look at those goals, and based on staff's evaluation, our research, our discussion with other communities that I'll elaborate on here shortly, it's our position, we believe we're unlikely to meet the mitigation program objectives without the use of synthetic herbicides. I think that any land managers or land management agencies would corroborate that statement. The city of Laguna Beach is not reinventing the wheel with using synthetic herbicide and recognizing it as an important tool to be able to achieve the goals of habitat restoration. And that's just, there are certain plants in the wildland habitat that are hardy and they're, as we've seen, ineffective against that. Non-chemical treatments are ineffective. As I mentioned, I looked at other agencies, asked this question of other agencies. The city of Irvine does use synthetic herbicides in their restoration sites. So does Irvine Ranch Conservancy, the County of Orange, and certain parts of the County of LA. That's why we are recommending the ability to use synthetic herbicide in this mitigation program. To clarify the difference between the fuel modification program and our mitigation program is that the goal of the fuel modification program is to achieve fire safety standards. It's staff's position that we can explore alternates to achieving those goals. It's the goal of the mitigation program to restore habitat back to high and very high value habitat. And we do not believe that we can do that without the use of herbicide. We cannot achieve that goal. So those are the key distinctions between those two programs and what's informing staff's recommendation. Jump over to a quick financial analysis. The second column from the left is the annual maintenance cost. I've shown the cost difference in the third column from the left, or the middle column. Based on these and whatever direction staff decides, these are the financial recommendations that we would recommend to be included as part of the motion. Again, staff is recommending option 3, which is a mechanical treatment, no herbicide, and that requires 2 appropriations, 1 project savings from our South Laguna fuel modification project and an appropriation from the fuel modification continuation CIP to get to that just north of 1.4, so we can have additional money if we need to be responsive to certain treatments and ensure that we can maintain that fire safety goal. Last component of the presentation, staff will continue to search for funding to offset these costs. We have an opportunity currently in front of us through CAL FIRE to invest in or to apply for a $3 million grant with a $600,000 match. An addendum was posted on January 5th and we're seeking authority via resolution to apply for this grant. So if successful, we would have $3 million to offset this program through 2030. We would probably expend that sooner, within 2 to 3 years of award, if we are fortunate to receive that grant, which we're optimistic we will. That concludes our presentation. Here are the 7 recommendations which we covered in the presentation. Thank you very much, and we are available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy, and thank you, Chief. Who'd like to ask questions?
I have a couple.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So first, I just want to thank Jeremy for all your work on this issue and this report, and the chief as well. I appreciate the work that you both have done on this. I also want to thank all the community members who are here spending your Tuesday night with us. And even beyond just tonight, I've had so many discussions with, and I know people have gone above and beyond in researching this issue because it's a very complex issue and a really important issue as well. So I want to separate my questions into kind of two groups because I think there's sort of 2 separate things going on. So on the fuel modification, Jeremy, at the last meeting, I asked for information about other jurisdictions. And so can you confirm that the cities of Irvine, Malibu, which is through the county, those don't allow glyphosate, is that correct?
Yes.
And but they do allow for synthetic herbicides. Is that accurate?
Irvine, yes, and they're wildland, not adjacent to homes. And Malibu wildland, I don't believe so, but the county of LA in certain areas throughout the county, they do.
So for their fuel,
Varies.
for their fuel modification, they
Yes.
do, okay. And then our coastal development permit would allow for option 3, correct? Our current CDP, it allows for us to do mechanical in this way?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And so option 4, I'm trying to better can you pull up the slide that outlines option 4, and what while you're doing that, can you explain what the Natural Communities Coalition is?
Yeah, I can do that. So the Natural Communities Coalition, if you recall a few weeks ago, council members Orgill and Weiss provided a recommendation that staff look at the benefits and implications of joining that. It's a land management, I guess, to keep it simple, land management co-op. A number of agencies work together to steward the open space in Orange County. And in this case, they do a number of things, which we'll report back in several weeks. But for the purpose of this conversation tonight, they have developed in recent years a best practices for the implementation of invasive plant control and resource management, an integrated approach to addressing invasive plants.
And so option 4 would have us recommend do an IPM, an integrated pest management policy that's based on their best practices.
That is an option.
Is that what option 4 is, or what is option 4?
It doesn't, I mean, option 4 is to use synthetic herbicides alternate that are not glyphosate.
Got it.
What staff would likely end up doing is following something like the Natural Communities Coalition's integrated plan.
And just to clarify, we would be using those in accordance with an IPM, right? Which that would mean that we would only use it if it's not like we'd be going out and throwing herbicides everywhere as the first. Or explain how an IPM works.
Correct. I mean, there's just varying degrees of certification. The EPA has class 1, 2, 3s.
Got it.
So you work through those based on success metrics. If one doesn't work, then you move to the next. If that doesn't work, you move to the next. So you incrementally go through it. Yes.
And the goal in that case is and I believe the environmental committee recommended an IPM. The goal is to minimize the use of herbicides.
Yeah, certainly to
Is that fair to
prioritize
say?
mechanical. The Malibus, I'm not quite sure is the best fit for our wildland program. Just based on my evaluation of it, it seems to be focused largely on, I mean, it does have components for the wildland, but it's predominantly hardscape landscape.
Yeah, which is not
IPM.
relevant here.
We're in the wildland, so
But-
that's why NCC.
But in general, in IPM, the goal is to minimize the use of herbicides.
Correct, yeah,
Correct.
yep.
Okay. Got it.
Prioritize mechanical and then move in based on success.
Got it. And then, so just moving on to this question about mitigation sites. So we have to, this is required by the Coastal Commission.
Yes.
Correct. So we're not able to do fuel modification in certain zones without doing this mitigation. Is that accurate? Am I getting
Yes,
that right?
that's accurate.
Okay. And so what happened? I saw that the Coastal Commission has an expectation that within 3 to 5 years, we would have 75 in this area, this 5-acre area. Is that right?
Correct.
We would have 75% native coverage and no more than 5% non-native coverage. If we didn't meet that, what would happen?
Our coastal development permit would be voided.
And so that would mean we wouldn't be able to do fuel modification in those zones.
Correct.
Okay. And so the staff's position is that we don't need glyphosate to do active restoration in these zones, but we need herbicides. Is that accurate?
It's our position that we could explore alternates to glyphosate.
Okay.
Glyphosate is not the only herbicide out there that could achieve our goals potentially.
Got it. And then thank you for all these answers. My final question is, we got a letter today from I think right when I was driving into City Hall from the U.S. Department of the Interior, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. What would help me understand, help the public understand, what does this letter say?
I had just a few moments to review it myself. They have concerns that the ability to meet and the goals of habitat restoration and to adequately suppress invasive species without the use of synthetic herbicide.
Okay.
And then offer up an integrated pest management plan recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions that I have for now.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Bob or George?
I just had two quick questions, I think. First of all, thank you both for the extensive work that you've done. And spent a couple hours last night at the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee where this issue was thoroughly discussed and had some good input from the public and the committee. And I think the committee ended up supporting the staff recommendation of option 3. I think that's correct, right? So one of the issues that was discussed at some length last night, and you've brought it up here, is cost. So we've got 4 final fuel modification zones we're still trying to achieve, right? Which I think is critical from a public safety standpoint. Can you tell me approximately where those zones are and how many? I think it's 55 acres approximately, you said. And it is our intent to proceed through coastal to get those approved. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and those would have to be under the current protocol, in other words, not goat grazed. They would have to go through the similar protocol that we've got for the other zones.
That's correct.
So if we were to extend, let's just say option 3 to those final 55 acres, which I'm confident we'll get because we've got a good protocol in place, what would the cost implications of that be?
Assuming at the current quoted cost of about 12,500 acres annually at an additional 55 acres, that would carry about $690,000
Okay, so
under the current agreement.
take it to about 2 million, 2 million one,
Correct.
something like that. Okay. And the timing on that, Chief, do we have any idea on, are we a year or 2 out on that for approval of those zones?
Yeah, we're about a year out.
About a year out. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Weiss?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. I thank both of you and everyone for participating in this process. It's very important. It's also very complicated, and it's also controversial. We know that the county of Orange, the state, Fish and Wildlife, National Fish and Wildlife, the Forest Service, all use glyphosate in areas where there's no people, where they consider it safe to use. So I want to say that's our tradition, or our protocols have followed that of those agencies, and also the EPA, I might add. I don't know if I missed any agencies there, Jeremy. So I do want to say that we're here tonight to kind of solve this problem, to start it, to solve. We're not going to solve the entire problem, and we're not going to be able to hand pull all the weeds that exist because there's trillions of them. So it's impossible not to achieve this without some use of herbicide, in my opinion. And I am an environmentalist. I wanted to get back to items, options 3 and 4, though. 4, when you say mechanical preference, non-glyphosate, synthetic alternative, which may cost more money, how many ounces of relative to glyphosate in the other options? I mean, we only use 13% of the allowable per acre. Does the synthetic stuff use more than glyphosate, or is it about the same, or do you know?
The synthetic alternatives to glyphosate, when I asked this question, the response I received is that it would likely take more of the herbicide to achieve the same effects.
Okay. But
what that is and the magnitude, I can't say. But we certainly wouldn't cross north of the maximum allowable unit
okay.
of that.
And it's less toxic, we're saying. We've seen $11 billion that Bayer has paid and out so far and has 44,000 more lawsuits against Roundup. So are these synthetic herbicides at all, what's the relative risk versus glyphosate?
It's a question with a variable answer. There's a number of synthetics out there. Some have some the jury's out, some there are more effects to or danger or harm to the applicator. Some bind with soil differently that could be a concern. Some aren't of concern. Some there's suggestions that they impact water more than glyphosate. It's a mosaic of trade-offs.
So it's really a question of choice and for the right application for it, choosing the right herbicide. Then my next question is on the item option 4. The Natural Communities Coalition's best practices, but they don't govern fire mitigation zones. So this is for not fire abatement, but this is for their recommendations for use in the 5-acre mitigation site, right?
Predominantly, yes. I think that the first stage of our fuel modification program is similar to mitigation programs in a sense that the primary objective is to target and remove invasive species. From there, what we do, that the two programs depart. That's why I think looking at wildlife and invasive plant management plans is as close to apples as we can get. Because of that initial objective of targeting those invasive species. But for the purpose of this conversation, yes, we are recommending it more so towards your mitigation project.
Okay. And the other question I have is this mitigation 5 acres going to increase to 10 or something when we add the additional acreage, the 55 acres that Bob mentioned earlier, to the plan?
That's a great question, Councilmember. We anticipate, yes, we will be required. What it is assigned in credits, right? Mitigation credits.
Yeah.
When we look at these areas, it'll be a discussion between coastal staff and city staff based on ratios, based on biological assessment of within the zone, the type of habitat. And let me just keep a simple answer. Yes, it will go up.
Okay. It will go up. So we may have 8 acres or 10 acres to do. And this zone here that you indicated here is being mitigated, is that closed off to the general public and how dogs, cats, and people can't get in there?
That would be the intent. Yes, certainly for a significant portion of that time. I think when we feel that the zone can stand on its own 2 feet or the area can stand on its own 2 feet, we'd remove that. But general practice in mitigation sites, active mitigation or restoration, pardon me, is to put fences up, A, to let the public know, B, to exclude small vermin to the extent possible.
In a mitigation site like this, what's the closest distance from residents to the mitigation site itself?
I would have to get back to you on the proximity. It's behind the neighborhood. It's above the neighborhood. It's up on the hill.
Right.
But I don't have
no
feet or
problem.
anything.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
Okay, thanks. I just have a couple questions. So how many fuel mod zones do we have now?
27.
27? And how many do we do a year?
Maintain or implement?
Well,
Yeah, okay.
That's a good question.
We're in the process. We have 27. We're in the process of implementing 4 of them.
Right. And then maintaining, how many do we do?
Maintaining 22.
Yeah.
23.
It's a lot. Okay, so just a question, Chief. So do you think that, so option 3, how much longer do you think it would take to do one zone in option 3? How much longer? I mean, I know
It would be, yeah, it's tough to answer because it's really dependent on the weather, the amount of rain that we get. But we're looking definitely at 3 different passes to accomplish it.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at was option 3, will we get backed up? In other words, we're spending so much time You know, it was going to take more time, obviously.
Yeah, it will take more time. And of course, we would be letting you know on any consequences, especially if they're related to public safety.
Okay.
I just confirmed with Laguna Canyon Foundation, the way we reduce that time is, and part of why we see an increased cost is we're going from a treatment crew of 6 to 8 upwards of 15 people working to conduct that. So that's how we bring that time frame back down to meet our goals.
Okay. If there's are there any further questions from council? No? Okay. So we're going to open the public hearing. So here's how it works. You have 2 minutes, and Anne Marie, are we going to have a 30-second and then a 2-minute? Okay, so just so if you haven't come to the podium before, you have 2 minutes. So you'll get, with 30 seconds left, you get a buzzer. So that's like your 30-second. And then you have 30 more seconds. So when you get that, you're not done, you have 30 more seconds. But we're going to be pretty tight on our time because we have a lot of people here. And if you'd like to line up, that would be optimal. Not everybody has to line up, but let's get a good line going here.
And just to repeat, if you don't want to be referred to as a person of the public, you could write your name on the clipboard.
And the one more thing I'm going to say, if you agree with the speaker, you can go like, we don't clap or anything in here, but you can go like this. So, or if you don't feel compelled to speak and you agree with someone, you can go like that. So, okay, let's get started. Go ahead, Jude.
Okay, sorry, Judy Mancuso, Vice Chair of Environmental Sustainability Committee, long-term resident. And in looking into this, when we first, through our Climate Change and Wildlife Subcommittee, brought the proposal that Laguna Beach move from our current state to an integrated pest management program like Malibu, the earth-friendly management, they are not using the herbicides and glyphosate for fire mitigation or habitat. And when I found out LA County did their fire mitigation, I spoke to the man in the fire mitigation fire department. And I said, well, don't you use glyphosate for something? At some point, you go pull this out. And he said, no, we don't. The supervisors banned it in 2019. We don't use it. And I said, well, our land management says that we need to use it. He said, then you need to find a new contractor. So then when I called the lady in land management in Malibu, and she's so nice, and I said, okay, for habitat restoration, how are you using this? And she said, well, it was going to cost, quite a bit of more money to do hand polling and machines. So what we did is we partnered with a group called Managed Career Solutions. So they got grant money, and then they reached out to Managed Care Solutions, and their habitat restoration with no glyphosate cost them nothing.
Judy. You guys back there. Okay, we see your signs. I think you can put them down now. We're trying to keep it real quiet in here and have a, good public hearing. So just, we got it. we got it. Okay, go ahead, Raheem.
Thanks, everyone. I guess you know my name. I'm Ramin. I live in South Laguna. First of all, I want to really thank Chief King and Jeremy and each of you for taking our concerns seriously about Roundup and exploring alternatives. And I really appreciate the time and effort that you've put into this, both of you especially. And I honestly cannot believe where we're at in less than a year right now. I and many who I've talked to fully support the staff's recommendation to take option 3. It provides a way to minimize the risk to our community from Roundup and address our fuel modification goals. And I really see it as a win-win here. We can come back to it after a year and see how it's going. However, I cannot support the additional recommendation to continue using Roundup, glyphosate, or any toxic chemical for habitat restoration. The EPA, which is often cited by proponents of Roundup, tells us in its in its recent evaluation that glyphosate is likely to injure and kill 93% of plants and animals protected under the Endangered Species Act, 93%. And they found that glyphosate adversely modifies the critical habitat of 759 endangered species. Those statistics should not be taken lightly. The USD, so why do we listen to the EPA for health, but then we ignore the recommendations when it comes to the environment? Another study from the USDA from 2023 showed a significant and rapid decline in glyphosate control for all 7 weed species they examined. In other words, it's a quick fix, and it has long-term risks when it comes to weed control. And there's way more studies about how it destroys the microbiome of soils, fungi, earthworms, and how it can last in the soil for over 22 years on average. With this level of uncertainty about its safety, I have one more sentence. If there is an alternative way to achieve our restoration goals, we should do it. We should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you guys, don't clap. We all understand, but let's just try to, not do that. Yeah, or just go like this. It's more effective with us if you go like this. Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right. Hi, my name is Darby Jackson. My family and I recently moved here. I'm from the area. We recently moved back about a month ago, and I have to say I'm pretty shocked that this is being discussed right now in 2023. And that's simply because Laguna Beach is an environmentally friendly city. It says it right on so many of our websites. On our tourism websites, I quote, "Laguna Beach is paving the way for conservation." Laguna Beach is also the first single-use plastic city or non-single-use plastic city in California. It's a zero balloon zone. It's straw-free. We just put Rivian as an electric car in our downtown as a statement of being green. Laguna Beach has a Leave No Trace initiative. Part of those initiatives are leave it as you find it, respect wildlife and sea life, be considerate of beaches and of trails. So it's the heart of our community. We are an environmental city, but this is a huge, huge topic, and we are not seeing it in the community. And this feels incredibly important because if we are going to tout this, we need to walk the walk if we're going to talk the talk. And we are so resourced. Look at all of these people that have showed up here tonight. All of these people are intelligent, we care, we are passionate, we have resources, and there's so many alternate ways for us to look at this here. Also, this is not, as we know, and so many of these people will say, it's not respecting our animals, it's not respecting our plants, it's not respecting our children. It feels very backwards. And the last thing I just want to say is we need to remember that we were not here first. The animals, the plants, the ocean, they were here first, and it is our responsibility to be respectful to that. And I want to thank you guys, and thank you so much for putting so much time into this presentation. And I just have so much hope and faith in coming up with something that is different and more positive. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council. Mike Beenan, South Laguna. And I also want to thank our community for turning out. I want to thank you for considering our concerns regarding the use of Roundup weed killer as a toxic product derived from petrochemicals. I urge support for option 3 with an amendment to ban Roundup within South Laguna's globally endangered habitat of southern maritime chaparral. South Laguna's hillsides remain green throughout the year and have been for hundreds of thousands of years undisturbed by humans as a unique coastal habitat supporting a diverse population of birds and wildlife. We have inherited this gift from nature and care deeply about our responsibility to protect and preserve it for future generations. By contrast, North Laguna has suffered decades of grazing, leaving behind highly flammable grasses, which are now candidates for widespread spraying of Roundup produced by the Monsanto Chemical Company. I hope you had the opportunity to read my submitted comments revealing my personal experience with the Agent Orange herbicide, a precursor to today's Roundup weed killer. As a young non-commissioned officer with SEAL Team 1, I spent 7 months in Vietnam's dense jungles, often defoliated by Monsanto's Agent Orange. Later, as assistant dean at UC Irvine, I used my education in biology to help challenge the Veterans Administration for denying the toxicity of Agent Orange and opened the door for thousands of Vietnam veterans to gain medical care and compensation. We've been assured Roundup used in Laguna is diluted, but just like taking only half of your medication will likely create resistance to viruses, a diluted version of Roundup will inevitably create mutations among reeds, become super reeds resistant to Roundup. Farmers have found Roundup also kills their crops, so Monsanto developed GMO seeds, which must be purchased by law each year from Monsanto. As Laguna's native plants become resistant to Roundup, we cannot replace them with GMO native seeds. Going forward, let's develop a data-driven pilot program using traditional methods to pull weeds and cover the ground with biomulch derived from thinning native plants to deny weeds a place to grow. Training native plants to grow horizontally will serve as cover crops to outcompete invasive weeds. Anyone can claim to be an environmentalist, but do real environmentalists use toxic petrochemicals on virgin natural habitats? Let's round up all of Laguna's Roundup products and herd them out of town. Thank you
Mike.
for all you do
Thank
for
you.
Laguna.
Thank you, Mike.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, nice to be with you all. I'm Todd Davis, resident of South Laguna Beach, 31941 10th Avenue, right at the corner of Sunset Avenue. Sunset Avenue is a very unique street. It's almost like a park. It's shared with all of my neighbors. Twice a day, Chris and I walk our two Dobermans, actually, now just one Doberman. In November of this year, we lost our Cha-Cha. She had a mysterious cancerous tumor on her spleen. After several specialists, oncologists, and whatnot, they just couldn't identify what happened to her. And I suspect that it could have been what was being sprayed in South Laguna. December 10th, we had a celebration of life for Cha-Cha. 32 neighborhood dogs came and celebrated her. She was very popular in the neighborhood. And she protected the neighborhood, she protected us, and she deserved a quality of life that we as an owner owed it to her. So my goal tonight was just to share a little bit about Cha-Cha, but to preserve the life of the 32 friends and frenemies that she had in the neighborhood so that everyone, both human and animal, can have the quality of life that everyone deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Good evening. I've never been here before, so this is a special treat. And I just want to thank you guys for what you're doing. I know that you're here to help this community and help other communities. Fire is no joke. I've been up against it. I know how fierce it is. I live up in top of the world, so I'm right up against that canyon. And I saw the Laguna Niguel fire. I was right there for it. And I've been through fires since day one. I'm born and raised in San Diego, so I've gone through this as a resident of Southern California. I'm also the founder and chief scientific officer of Symbiotica. We're a wellness brand that studies health, that studies microbiomes, that understands mineral composition of our soil. I'm a farmer as well. And the evidence is clear that glyphosate and other herbicides are causing a myriad of issues throughout the mental, emotional, economical situations we're dealing as a country. That's why a lot of countries are banning it right now in Europe and South America. The idea of Laguna Beach is this is a special, clean, hipster place that understands how to keep health intact, that we're all part of the solution, that everyone is communicating. And I'm actually excited to see people here that actually care about our built environment and the soil environment. We don't know what's going to happen when you start spraying. We don't know how far this stuff drifts. At any point, the glyphosate can be part of, someone's food, someone's breaths, things that they're touching. We have children here with immune systems that are just developing. This stuff disturbs a very particular pathway that makes us human, that helps us metabolize. That pathway is the same pathway that we find in our microbiome that is made of organisms that are non-mammalian. Glyphosate has no business in Laguna Beach or anywhere for that matter. And I'm curious to see what those other alternatives are, because sometimes in negotiations, someone goes really high just so you settle somewhere in the middle. We want to know what those other options are, because just because it's not glyphosate doesn't mean that it belongs in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, council members. Thank you so much for bringing this issue to the table and opening your hearts to hear the community. My name is Amber Sparks, and I grew up here in Laguna Beach, and I'm moved back to raise my family here. I have two young ones, and for my son Jackson's 3rd birthday, we went hiking up in the hills behind our North Laguna home. Jackson's running his hands through the brush, exploring, going off-roading, and it's imperative that that environment be safe for him and for all other children here in our beautiful city. So I just encourage you to entertain that option number 3 and consider banning the use of all herbicides and in the mitigation area in South Laguna. So thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
Good evening, council. I realize you have before you a really difficult decision to make, but we here in Laguna Beach stand for something. We're sort of a light in all of California and all of the world, not only for our beauty, but for the stance that we take in environmentalism and in art. But our environmentalism needs to stand as a light against the use of this very toxic, horrible Roundup. I know that there's a lot of that's out there that makes you sound like, oh, it's been used and it's safe, but it really isn't. It really is a base, as I said before, for so many terrible things that are happened to our people, to our bees, to the butterflies, to our children. I ask you to stand up for that difference and ban glyphosate in our town and force our providers here to find a better way. There's a form of vinegar that actually goes down and kills the roots in the same way. Smells bad, but it's non-toxic. I ask you to stand up for that and for our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for making space to hear us, your voters in Laguna Beach. My name is Lily Zanfor and I live in South Laguna. And I just want to read an excerpt from Cindy Duisberg, Dr. Cindy Duisberg. She is a vet and she is a resident here. She couldn't be here tonight. I'm going to read an excerpt from her email. She writes, my 20-year-old daughter was born and raised in Laguna Beach. She was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2018 when she was 15 years old. Sadly, another high school student attending Laguna Beach High School in 2018 and 2019 was also diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. This is very unusual as the epidemiology of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma for this age group predicts 15 teens per 1 million will develop this disease. This equates to 1 child in 66,667. But Laguna Beach High School had 2 kids with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in a high school class of approximately 900 kids. Now, I understand that prior to 2020, 2019 and prior, Laguna Beach did use glyphosate on public lands, including at Laguna Beach High School and other schools in the city. And in 2019, on Earth Day, is when a decision was made to stop the use of glyphosate because you decided that this was harmful to human health. It's interesting to me that these 2 kids in a class of 900 were diagnosed with this disease. Roundup is known to increase the risk of this cancer by 40%. It is actually the primary cancer that people suffer from exposure to glyphosate. My kids, I have two kids. One of them is here tonight. We moved to Laguna Beach for the wilderness. You're telling us that you want to protect the wilderness and that you want to protect human safety. And yet you're worried more about the weeds growing than the overall health of the wilderness and the health of this community. I urge you to please, please stop using glyphosate.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name's Amalia Stevens, and I grew up in Los Angeles, not here, but my dad naturally fostered a sense of conservation, preservation, and appreciation for all the beautiful nature we have. When I moved down here in 1990, I was quite bored because there wasn't a lot of nightlife, but there was all this daytime life that I absolutely discovered and embraced. And when the canyon, the 73 went in, all of these things happened, but this is particularly cogent because of the location of the Vallejo Trail. I've been, hiking there for all of my adult life, and my children, who are now 10 years old, have been playing in the nasturtium and the mustard that grows on the trail there. And then even when they were still in diapers was the first time they got to the top. So they've been going there constantly and of course playing in those areas. Council Member Weiss, he noted that the EPA and the Forest Service all use glyphosate in areas where there are no people. However, Vallejo Trail is daily, constantly inhabited by people, by children, by pets. You also asked, what are the relative risk of glyphosate? Is it unclear? It is, I don't think it's unclear in other places such as Europe. And I question, or I ask, could so many local, regional, national, and international agencies across Europe all be wrong? Councilmember Weiss rightfully asked, what's the proximity to the neighborhoods and the dogs and cats be kept out? But we can't be kept out of that area. And then the glyphosate goes into the creek, and those fish can't be kept out of the creek, or any creatures that will, come in contact with the drain, the runoff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I urge you to find other solutions that clearly exist that are not chemical-based. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joy Berry and I live in South Laguna. However, I own some land in Northern California that abuts Caltrans property. And I asked Caltrans if I could trespass because of weed mitigation and also fuel modification. They agreed that I could trespass, but to do so, I had to sign an affidavit, said unequivocally I could not use any chemical of any sort for my weed modification. So I find it interesting that Caltrans refuses anyone to use chemicals for weed modification, but we're using it here in Laguna. And I think there's just another example where they are not even close with the freeways to wildlife. And I just beg you and urge you to stop using chemicals. If Caltrans can stop using it, I think we can too. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Troy.
Hello, my name is Marielena Verdugo, and I'm a fourth-generation Laguna Beach resident. My great-grandfather bought land in Laguna Canyon in the 1940s, where my family built a home, and almost 80 years later, we still live there. I cannot tell you how shocked I was to learn last July that the city of Laguna Beach is spraying one of the most commonly known toxic chemicals on our hillsides and in our neighborhoods, Roundup. Roundup is not only bad for human and animal health, but it directly threatens residents because we have been unknowingly hiking, walking, and have children playing in zones where Roundup is being sprayed. It is also harming the soil, water, and a wide variety of living organisms and animals, which affects the whole ecosystem. I, like many locals, had no idea this was happening, but now that our community is aware, we won't change. I know fuel modification is very important and essential to the city from wildfires. I lived in the canyon during the 1994 or 93, I forget, fires and had to be evacuated as a child from Annalise School. So I have a great fear and respect for fires in this town. I support a fuel modification program that does not include the use of any glyphosate like Roundup and that relies primarily on mechanical removal of invasive plants. I do not support the use of Roundup anywhere for any reason in Laguna Beach, even in habitat restoration areas. Other cities such as Malibu and Irvine are successfully managing their fuel modification and invasive plant species without it. Why can't Laguna Beach? It's disappointing that a city that prides itself on protecting its neighborhoods and environment would use toxic chemicals on the place they claim they are protecting. Laguna has banned smoking in public, balloons, plastic, all which are great. But now it's time to ban the toxic chemical Roundup. It's worth the cost. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cedar.
Can you pull the microphone down a little? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cedar Rekas and I am 11 years old. I have lived in Laguna Beach for my whole life. Me and my friends play in the canyons and hillsides and hike on the trails. And we love to adventure and go deeper and go off the normal trails. I believe that there is a better way to kill weeds than by using Roundup. We don't need to poison the places where we play and live.
Good job.
Hi, my name is Sarah. That's my son. We live in South Laguna Beach and I have a 4-year-old as well. And the reason why I keep staying, even though I keep threatening I'm gonna move back to Shasta County, where I grew up, is because the land here is so special. And I have these 2 little boys that we can run outside and go behind our house up on the hills and play and get really dirty because that's what we like to do. Last year it was really rainy and we were rolling down one of the ravines that kind of funnels down into a little stream that trickles down into a big storm drain that has this beautiful mosaic tile that says, I think it's like respect the ocean or love the ocean. And there's these like tiles and then there's a big storm drain where all the water flows. And we talk about it to the kids. Everything flows eventually into the ocean. So last year we're rolling down this hill and I noticed the water streaming has a little turquoise in it. And then I look at all the plants where we're rolling down and they're turquoise. And I'm like, this is not natural. Oh my gosh, what is this? I had no idea that down from my house, they'd been spraying and we had a roll-a-thon in it. And took a moment and then I was like, oh yeah, this is Roundup. And got my kids home and it was very upsetting. And I really urge you to have a bigger picture and less short-term vision and much more long-term vision, because it can get really easy to get myopic and tight around, oh, what are we protecting and what are we doing? And to really open up your viewpoint and see that we're growing not just plants, but we're growing people too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Shadi Shariat. I'm a resident at Top of the World. I just wanted to bring an example of one of the things that I've seen in Orange County. My son goes to school in Costa Mesa because of some reasons, but in Costa Mesa, the city owns Fairview Park or manages Fairview Park, which is 150 or 195 acres of land. They manage the invasive plants and fire through manual extraction of the plants, and they do that through an organization called Endemic Environmental Services. And they do it in a very creative way where they hire or they take in volunteers from different programs at universities like health or environmental science universities at UCI or interns at different schools. They have volunteer jobs or volunteer opportunities every week that you can go and help either plant native plants or take out invasive plants. They've been doing that over the past probably 9 years, if not more. And they've been really successful, and it's 195 acres of land, open land. And I think that if City of Costa Mesa is able to do that, I think the City of Laguna Beach, with all this passionate people who love and the environment and the ocean, can do that. So please consider different options.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tali Bowen, and today I respectfully ask that you stop the use of all synthetic herbicides, including Roundup. And to me, it's absolutely non-logical or sensical that we would use it in one spot or not in another. I think it needs to be banned altogether. Today I had some microneedling done in my face, so I'm very red, but let's just pretend I put on a lotion that caused this. And then I said, oops, I just found out there's a chemical in this product that caused me to have a severe reaction. So I'm just gonna stop using it on my face and I'm just gonna put it on the rest of my body instead. I wouldn't do that because that doesn't make any sense. Well, that's how I feel, and many of us do, about the use of Roundup. And we know at this point that there is alternatives, that there are areas that are being managed without it. And I would definitely not mind spending more money on a product that I know is clean and safe. So I hope you hear us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Talia.
Good evening. My name is Raya Arthur. States, counties, cities, countries are banning glyphosate. I just want to know where we want to be as a community and a governing board in that timeline of the war we've waged on nature. Clearly, people are waking up. Do we want to be people that are at forefront of saying no to? Clearly, I don't need to give any stats about how harmful and seriously invasive and toxic this thing is. It's our time. Stand up and put our stake in the ground that we don't want to keep waging war on nature, and in doing so on ourselves, because it's ultimately killing us too. So tonight's the night. We got to make our stand.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Summerall. I've lived in Laguna Beach for 32 years. First, I'm very grateful for all the work you guys have done. Incredibly difficult. And I'm grateful that it looks like we won't be using glyphosate in fuel mod anymore. And I'm curious how we've managed to make that advance, but we can't do it, I'm sorry, in the fuel mod and not in the habitat restoration. We need to finish the job and get glyphosate out of the habitat restoration plan as well, option 3. Glyphosate, per the EPA, clearly affects endangered species and habitat adversely. Its half-life is long. It contaminates the water. It harms soil and soil microorganisms. It harms earthworms and pollinators. It can inhibit the plants we're trying to support in habitat restoration. It doesn't sound like a restorative thing to do. It makes no sense. Managing invasive plant species is very important, and our wildlands need our help. It's tough and necessary work. We can do this. Let's do this without chemicals. It's the right thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hi, my name is Alicia Bradbury. Thank you for hearing us out. You guys spent a lot of time on this topic, and clearly our public and everyone here is passionate. I'm a homeowner and resident of Bluebird Canyon, and I have 3 young kids under 10. We also pick plants. We eat edible plants. Sometimes they eat things that I don't even see. And this is on trails. This is all around our town where we're exploring. Please think of them. I understand this is a difficult decision. Since the easy thing to do is spray, that's the norm. Let's not be the norm. Let's remember glyphosate is classified by the World Health as carcinogenic to humans. Let's raise the bar. We can achieve a true ethic of sustainable land management in Laguna Beach without synthetic herbicides. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nikki. Spoken on this topic before. Thank you so much for holding this meeting tonight. Thank you, Jeremy, and thank you so much for your time in bringing forward option 3. like many people have said, it's great. It's a start, but it's not enough. And I'm very curious. I think some of the things I want to mention are, we're talking about public safety. We're talking about keeping, taking care of the land. And we're not talking about the fact that we are the invasive species here. And we are the ones that are going to make the biggest impact and have a detriment to our generation now and the generations to come. From an environmental perspective, glyphosate decimates the soil microbes. It harms our wildlife. It runs off to impact the waterways and the oceans. So taking a step back at the macro level, would you subject yourself to like 3 antibiotic treatments a year as a routine basis, just prophylactically, preventatively? I hope no one on council would do that. I don't think anyone behind me would. And that's what we're doing. There's so much information coming up about antibiotics, right? We know more now. The same thing with glyphosate. Why do we need to give our wildland antibiotics? This is ridiculous. So I think one of the things that's really important to cover, because so many people on council have said option 3 is interesting to them, and it is a good start, but I would say outside of Roundup, like we don't want any synthetics. So what are our organic options in terms of prevention and mitigation? Because that's something that would be interesting to us if, we're not going to do $10 million a year hand pulling, right? So what's the other option? We're all on the mitigation part. Where can we go there for the restoration piece?
Thanks, Nikki.
Good evening. My name is Dan Shudley. I'm an attorney. We've been in Laguna Beach for about 15 years. One of my practice areas involves mass torts. And that mass torts is when there's a dangerous product that affects so many people that the courts get overwhelmed. They cannot take the cases on one by one. And if you want to look at the dangers of Roundup, we just need to look at the legal implications that it's had for the company that sells it. Bayer and Monsanto recently made a settlement of $11 billion with 100,000 claimants. And these are not frivolous lawsuits. These are the law firms that accept a claimant have very strict parameters for the cases that they will take on. And these are all people that have been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and Monsanto or Roundup is the primary cause of this. The only way that you can really get non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is through exposure to Roundup. And it is troubling to hear of these young high school students in Laguna Beach who have been diagnosed with this deadly disease. And there are still over 4,000 cancer lawsuits pending in California alone, 40,000 other claims of people with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in other states. So, these companies, they don't part with $11 billion unless there's good reason. And the good reason is because this is an extremely dangerous product and people are dying because of it. So I urge you guys to look at the other alternatives for the use of herbicides. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
My name is Mahina Watson, and I love playing on the hills, and I don't think Roundup is a good way to
We don't.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Keep going.
Yeah, we oppose the use of Roundup and any synthetic chemicals on our land here in Laguna Beach and actually in the whole entire world, because of soil health and the ongoing repercussions of that.
Thanks, you
That's it.
guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Scott Sebastian. I live in South Laguna, and I attended the first meeting that was called by a bunch of residents with the Laguna Canyon Conservancy and the city to object to the use of Roundup. This is about a year ago. And we were basically told, look, we're the experts. We know what we're doing. we're not even going to talk about using Roundup today. So I'm really pleased to see the change in attitude, and I'm really pleased to see what staff has come up with. And basically, I feel like I'm superfluous because everyone's speaking the same language here. We're all saying we don't want Roundup. So I'm pleased to say that I support the staff's recommendation, which is something I often don't do when I come here. And I also encourage you to look at options going beyond using Roundup in the restoration areas. I know the Coastal Commission's a problem. I know that it's really complicated, but you're hearing, I think, very clearly that lots of people are not happy with that situation. And I think that it would be good if we could continue to look at options for managing the restoration areas differently. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Hi, I'm Ted Reckes, 15-year Laguna Beach resident. Thank you so much for all the work you guys have put into this. Chief King, Jeremy, you guys have done a ton of work, and all the meetings we've had, we really appreciate it. You guys remember when there were smoking sections on airplanes? You guys remember that? The first time I went on a plane, I think I was about 5 years old, and I remember thinking, the grown-ups know this doesn't work, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna get back to that in a minute. So I support option 3. I cannot support any option for habitat restoration or anything else that uses Roundup. Saying that we're going to spray it here, or we're not going to spray it here, but we're going to go spray it over there is just robbing Peter to pay Paul. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to belabor the science. We've already provided that to all of you many times. We've had individual meetings. We've had committee meetings last night. I mean, Bob, Alex, you guys were there. You saw disaster preparedness change their mind from voting for option 1 at the beginning of the night to unanimously supporting option 3, no Roundup, by the end of the night, because they saw the science. So that's clear. That's settled. I think everybody knows this stuff is terrible for human health, the environment, definitely plants and animals. There's no way around that. That's a crystal clear. Back to the smoking sections on airplanes. So I was doing mental gymnastics. My little 5-year-old head was going, okay, the grownups must know something I don't know. There has to be something going on where this makes sense. And obviously now we know it's absurd. It doesn't make sense, and we don't do it anymore. And we know that same thing about lead-based paint. We know it about smoking cigarettes. We know it about not using seat belts. We know it about using sunscreen with parabens. And we know it about climate change. Well, we also know it about Roundup. It's just sometimes the science comes out a little bit before the public awareness. But I hope you can see tonight the public awareness is here in Lagoon.
Thanks, Ted.
Thanks.
First, Ann Christoph, and I'm going to read the letter from the South Laguna Civic Association signed by Greg O'Laughlin. Thank you, City Council and staff, for responding to residents' concerns and holding this meeting to discuss our ongoing use of Roundup. We welcome and support city staff and the fire chief's recommendation to stop using Roundup for fuel modification purposes, including in South Laguna. As we have expressed, we believe alternatives to Roundup will achieve the city's fuel modification goals, and we're deeply concerned about its use in proximity to our neighborhoods. We hope that the City Council will follow staff's recommendation in this matter. Unfortunately, staff also recommends the continued use of synthetic herbicides, including glyphosate, in its habitat mitigation projects. We do not support this exception and urge the council to prohibit the city from using any glyphosate in our canyons and trails. And we understand that Malibu, Irvine, and LA County do not use that for any purpose. The science we've reviewed also unquestionably shows that glyphosate-based herbicides pose a high risk to the ecosystem, despite claims by some land managers to the contrary. Signed by Greg O'Laughlin. I'd like to add that the community garden was completely infested with Bermuda grass when we started. And that was one of the worst invasive plants you can imagine, because it has deep roots and it responds very well to Roundup. And believe me, it was tempting to use it because there was so much. But many, many work days digging out with trowels has reduced the Bermuda grass to almost nothing. But we still have a few patches,
and we're willing to train anybody to come practice at the community garden and learn how to get rid of Bermuda grass without glyphosate.
Thanks, Ann.
Good evening, council and city staff. My name is Gail Waite. I'm a 40-year resident. I've lived in about 8 different areas of Laguna Beach, some against hillsides and South Laguna especially. And as a 40-year resident, I marched in the canyon in 1989 to save the open space from the Irvine Company's development. I voted to tax my property additionally for 20 years to save the open space. And now I feel like I'm still working to save and preserve the open space and from things I never had a clue I would need to do. So I currently still serve as the president of volunteer organization Laguna Canyon Conservancy, which is very different than the Laguna Canyon Foundation. We are the forerunner agency for that company, which has now become technically a business of weed eradication. But I would like to urge the council to support option number 3 for fuel modification and to not use any Roundup for habitat restoration or any purpose in Laguna Beach. I can read you some medical examples of why glyphosate-based herbicides have been shown to be a risk factor for ALS and autism in peer-reviewed publications. I personally know numerous autism victims and ALS victims in Laguna Beach. So with respect to autism, a 2021 study in the British Medical Journal found autism spectrum disorder is a higher risk of about 30% for prenatal exposure to glyphosate within 1.24 miles of a mother's home. We can't do this to our residents. I mean, if you read the label, how could you even think about using it in our town? We can do better. I like Judy's ideas. So please keep me a proud resident. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for hearing our comments tonight. Thank you, gentlemen, for all the work and time you put into coming up with these different options and the research. I really, really appreciate it. I had dinner last summer with one of the co-founders of Greenpeace, and he talked about his kind of his aspiration that at every environmental decision meeting, that there be a place at the table for the wildlife that also are our residents. And I want to thank our community members for showing up and speaking for our resident animals and native plants, as well as our children. We are all the environment here. And I think if the coyotes and the rabbits and the buckwheat and the earthworms could speak tonight, they would say that they, like me, are in favor of option 3 and also ask that these synthetic herbicides, including Roundup, not be used for any native restoration or mitigation. So, and I also want to thank those, I love when folks not only oppose stuff, but talk about solutions. So thank you to those of you who did research on that. I think we have lots of nonprofits in our county who would be willing to collaborate and work together with us for a way to restore habitat in a natural, non-toxic way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hi, good evening. I always honor every single person that's here. I mean, it's amazing your patience, your attention, your love, your commitment to doing what's right. And as a Laguna Beach resident, I just want to say that our open spaces mean everything. The health of the community and the residents, how they come up and they speak for what's good and what's right and try to do what's best for everyone. And I'm in, be short and sweet, I'm in favor of option 3. And I think keeping our wilderness safe for those to enter into is an important thing, and to do what's best for the residents of Laguna Beach. And so thank you all for the attention and time to this matter, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adam. First and foremost, I'm up here because my wife said I have to say something. But no, seriously, we moved here, my family moved here probably over 20 years ago. And, you know, the environmental, the health aspects everyone talked about, it's very clear. Our daughter goes to school here, and this issue wasn't even, this topic wasn't on my, you know, on my mind until 48 hours ago when we heard about it. We said we have to come out and sort of say a few words and see what's going to happen with it. One thing that I don't really hear being talked about a lot is the emotional aspect of spraying this stuff around us. Already, like, fear is spreading and people are worried for their children and for their health. And yeah, I think even going on hikes and being out in nature is something people are going to be afraid to do. So something we have to consider. It's going to affect day-to-day life of people, even if, you know, more in the short term. Obviously, in the long term, there's the health benefits, but yeah, people are scared, and that's meaningful too, also to your health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Coffin. I am the Director of the Conservation Programs for the Laguna Canyon Foundation. As I speak to you, I ask that the plants and animals help me to speak with clarity and humility on their behalf. I have to say this is very uncomfortable to be on the other side of an issue of so many of the community members, but I feel like I have to be true to what I know. I have dedicated the last 30 years to learning about, connecting people with, and managing wild habitats. I've been working in conservation since 1994 and have a master's degree of science in ecology and ecological restoration. I've worked 4 seasons in wildland fire management, and I've been state certified to apply herbicides since 1996. I've worked for Laguna Canyon Foundation for over 9 years. I know these fuel modification zones like the back of my hand. I've walked all of them many, many times. I think it is fair to say that I'm a professional scientist, a local land management expert, and that I'm passionate about protecting the environment. While I truly understand the concerns that many members of the community have shared here and believe that everyone here has good intentions, much of what you have heard is a confusing combination of facts, misunderstandings, misrepresentations, cherry-picked data, emotional testimony based on anecdotal evidence, and false equivalencies. As a professional scientist, local land management expert, and environmentalist, I would never recommend a treatment approach that I did not believe was the best available for the land, the plants, the wildlife, and the people. This is what I've dedicated my career to. Herbicides are akin to medicines. All medicines have side effects, and those need to be weighed against their potential benefits. I don't have the time to address every claim. Suffice to say that the side effects of these medicines have been wildly overstated, and their benefits have been dramatically discounted. My recommendation is that the city adopt option 2. I think it strikes a good balance between the concerns of community members and the ability to control invasive species. Option 4 would be acceptable, but not ideal. Thank you for letting me talk to you tonight.
Thanks, Alan.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Chris Skort, Project Manager and Biologist at Laguna Canyon Foundation. I stand before you today as a passionate advocate for the city's unique natural landscape. The proposed ban on herbicides in fuel modification zones and potentially citywide deeply concerns me. As someone intimately familiar with Laguna's wildland-urban interface and the critical role of fuel modification in fire safety, I urge you to carefully consider the unintended consequences of such a ban. The ever-present threat of highly invasive species like Sahara mustard, with its dense monocultures, fire-prone qualities, and relentless seed production, create a clear and present threat to our native habitat and the 9 special status plant species that occur in and around the fuel modification zones. To surrender an essential tool like herbicide in this fight leaves Laguna's wildlands unnecessarily exposed to the second biggest threat to native habitat, invasive species. Responsible fuel modification, fuel modification isn't just about mitigating fire risk. It's also about ensuring the protection of our natural resources. Herbicides allow us to target species specific invasive threats, preserving and enhancing native biodiversity in ways that manual methods alone cannot. To deny ourselves this tool is to shortchange our commitment to a diverse Laguna. While I fully endorse responsible herbicide use, banning it outright would be detrimental. I support option 2 of the staff report as a reasonable compromise, with option 4 serving as the minimum acceptable standard. I implore you to carefully consider the scientific evidence, the expertise of professionals like myself and others, and the potential unintended consequences of this decision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Vardaman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you, and thank you for all your hard work with the fire department. I am the executive director for the Laguna Canyon Foundation, and I do understand people's concerns about herbicides. I had them too, very much so. And so when I first came aboard, I immediately dove deep into this issue. I came on board determined to find arguments for why we should not be, as an organization, using herbicides. And I was also looking at different alternatives. I spoke to as many experts as I could, and I do have a strong science background and lifelong hardcore environmentalist. However, I was surprised to discover that some of the alternatives, including goats, mowing, hand pulling, tarping, organic applications, can actually have greater negative impacts, not only on the effectiveness of the work, but on the land and the wildlife. Again, those unintended consequences. What I discovered is that the use of glyphosate responsibly and expertly, not in the manner that has caused so many issues that brings concerns to our community, is actually the most scientifically and environmentally sound practice for fuel modification and habitat restoration in sensitive areas as part of a comprehensive and responsible program. And it makes sense. I mean, why would an organization like Laguna Canyon Foundation, that has dedicated its whole being and existence to protecting our environment, do anything less? So the other thing that it struck me, though, is this continued talk of sides. What side are you on? The reality is we're all on the same side. We're all part of the same community. We all share the same values of healthy land, healthy water, healthy wildlife, and we have the same ultimate goal. As such, we have a responsibility to each other to make sure we are looking at real science, to be informed, make sure that we are not advocating for things that can be more harmful. With this said, we are part of this community and we serve you, and we will support the decision of the city council members 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. My name is Ron Vanderhoff. I'm the plant science lead for the California Native Plant Society in Orange County. I'm also a state science advisor for the California Invasive Plant Council and the president of CalFlora. Our mission at the California Native Plant Society is to protect California's native plants and their habitats through science, education, stewardship, and advocacy. The recommendation in front of you is a reduction in the quality of the habitats in Laguna Beach, and that is acknowledged in the staff report. I want to be clear, the California Native Plant Society is not an herbicide advocate. We're an advocate for the protection and enhancement of native habitats. In listening to the comments tonight, I want to underline that habitat destruction from invasive plants is the second largest threat to biodiversity on this planet, greater than almost any other factor, including that of herbicide. In addition to the almost certain increase in invasive plant species in these zones, mechanical and hand management will spread weed seeds, increase carbon emissions, raise the potential for fire ignitions from accidental strikes, increase erosion, raise noise pollution, and significantly increase costs. I'd like to offer a current scenario happening right now in Laguna Beach. In April of 2022, I detected a first occurrence in the United States of a new invasive weed. not far from here, over by the Pageant of the Masters. California Department of Food and Agriculture, University of California, Orange County Parks, the NCC, many other organizations are working collaboratively to control that infestation. Herbicides are an essential tool to control that weed. If it is not controlled, it will devastate many large portions of California. I urge you to protect the habitats of Laguna Beach. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dr. Jason Amstutz. Thank you for listening to all of us this evening. And thank you, gentlemen, for all of your hard work and putting all this together. I was privy to the conversation last evening with the Emergency Protective Board or Committee, Preparedness Board, sorry. And I was, it was an enlightening experience for me for a couple of reasons. One of them is everybody was aware that the cancer-causing factors, that ranks at the top of the list, and the 11 billion that you mentioned that, somebody's responsible for, and that somebody is Monsanto. The second tier of those things is not only related to the gut biome, which I know is like a big outlier in this discussion, the science of which doesn't need to be discussed, but a plant and the microbiome are cousins, if you will. So by destroying our gut, which is happening on a regular basis for a lot of other chemical reasons in our environment and also in the foods that we eat, this is destroying health in this country. And that's non-debatable. The debatable part is it really easy to draw the line to be able to pinpoint these things? So although, the gentleman that spoke earlier really hit a heartstring with me about being in Vietnam, and that's another whole chapter of this country and the things that we've done irresponsibly with herbicides and literally pouring that on people. I realize that's a different set of circumstances, but at the same time, it caused a lot of damage to humans. I'm the father of 2 young kids at Annalise, 2 young daughters. And the main reason for me coming up and speaking is not only to recommend the option 3 and to eliminate all the use of any type of herbicide for all of the litany of reasons that Jeremy has provided you as far as the data and all of those things. But more importantly, I'm actually not a Laguna Beach resident, but I really know that in the heart of all of us, the answer is in front of everybody. This is not something you can ignore. When all of Europe and all of these places ban it, it's for a reason. Nobody's out for anything other than saving and protecting other humans. And I hope you all do the same.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Paul Merritt. I've lived in Laguna twice as long as Roundup was invented. So we figure that one. Isn't democracy great? The president of LCC asked that I share a very short story. In one of my past lives, I was involved as a steward of a 104-acre coastal ranch north of Santa Barbara. And I love ranching and the outdoors almost as much as I love Laguna Beach, but I saw a lot of dangers there. There were things like rattlesnakes, mudslides, fires, you name it. One danger I didn't expect when I was doing the ranch stewardship was Roundup. And about 25 years ago or more, I started to plant exotic flowers. I was in competition with Paul Ecke and his poinsettias. And he said, well, Paul, you could take the northern part of the state with the flowers and I'll do the poinsettias, which of course is a worldwide success. I started by planting 3 rows of proteas, quite a long distance, tiered, terraced. And I had one employee that read English quite well at that time and would read the Roundup bottle. And I came up and I was in a state of shock. Shortly after we had planted the 3 rows, the bottom row was almost completely dead. And I said, what had happened? He says, oh, that's easy. The water and the irrigation pushed the Roundup down the hill and killed it. He became very ill from the result of using this chemical. My concern tonight is for Laguna and for Santa Barbara. If those drops of Roundup ultimately 50 years from now, 80 years from now, go into the ocean, into the water table, what will the suffering consequences be to our environment?
Thanks, Paul.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cheryl Ches. I'm a trained teacher with multiple credentials and certificates. Although John E. Franz, the inventor of Roundup, was quite a success, his daughter formed a kind of autism that took what might have been a genius person to doing crosswords that no one could read and many other things such as that. So despite the fact that he didn't have any problems, his daughter, it was in his semen, is what I think. My brother died of Agent Orange because he was a Vietnam vet. It was a sad way to see a person die. His internal organs sort of gelled. Roundup is a bit similar, I hear. My garden has, I'm a gardener, and my garden has invasive weeds. However, over many years, there's hardly anything. You might spend $10 million the first year. The second year might be less, or it might be the same. We have a lot of billionaires in this town. Can't one or many of them or put their name on a project to cultivate our beautiful space that surrounds Laguna Beach that we've worked so hard to save in the first place? I really appreciate your efforts on the board.
Thank you, Cheryl. Okay, anybody else in the room? Because I'm going to go to the Zoom now. Nope. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Pam Horowitz, also known as Dr. Pamela Lawrence. And I've lived in Laguna about, going on 25 years now in North Laguna. And, you know, as a physician, I read medical literature every day. And I'm impressed with the number of cases that are brought to trial concerning glyphosate, and also the number of cases being won by the plaintiff. And I was going through the literature today, and there's a new article from the NIH where they have definitely linked this chemical to genetic damage. You know, as a city council, you have a tremendous responsibility towards human beings, citizens of this wonderful village. So I really urge you to think very carefully about putting human health above ease of management, perhaps. I mean, there are different ways of managing invasive species. I have a good friend who is Canadian who started a whole business in pest control, using one bug to control another bug instead of chemicals. And it's been very successful. I mean, there are things that we can do as intelligent human beings. I mean, look at petrochemicals. I mean, we've developed solar energy, heat exchange systems, all kinds of things to try to move away from oil. I mean, picking up the LA Times this morning, you read about all the microchemicals that are the nanoparticles that literally invade, can cross our membranes, get into our brains and every organ. And we are doing things we don't understand. And so I just urge you to go back to that basic law of the relatedness we have to all life, and to remember that, and to ask yourself, what is the human being doing Let's think it through. Let's be creative, innovative, and let's put good common sense to work. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam.
Hi, I'm actually not a Laguna Beach resident, but my children go to Annalise in the canyon. And I found out about a month ago that they were using glyphosate in Laguna. And part of the reason I'd chosen the school was because the kids spend so much time outside. And a couple months ago, the kids hiked from the school all the way to Top of the World. And just sitting here tonight thinking about spraying glyphosate around the trails and where these kids enjoy just kind of makes me sick to my stomach. So I wanted to reiterate support for any measures that don't use any glyphosate because of the potential exposure to our kids. And especially where Annalise is in the canyon, it's not a residential area. So I don't know how that falls into where they're spraying because they've spoken about not spraying residential, but are they spraying the areas right by the school? Creates a lot of concern. And I just want to speak up on behalf of the school and fellow parents and wanting to protect our kids while they're the most vulnerable at a young age. Thank you.
Thank you. You almost missed the cutoff, Jen.
I know. Good evening. At the risk of hearing you snore up there, it's late and you've been so attentive. Thank you. I want to compliment you for entrusting Chief King and Jeremy, our assistant manager, with this issue. They did a fabulous job. They produced an agenda bill that endorsed option 3, eliminating glyphosate from our fuel mod zones. They listened to us. They paid attention and they cared. And we're not going to forget that. But I also urge you to support and continue to listen to us and investigate, ask them to investigate alternatives to glyphosate in habitat restoration. Tonight, you can just ask them, let us do that. Let's look further. Take one more month or weeks. I became involved in this issue almost a year ago when Laguna Canyon Foundation contractors were discovered spraying glyphosate behind my house. And it was startling. I walked up there in kind of flip-flops and shorts, I wasn't going for a hike. And they didn't warn me off. And one man took me over and sprayed glyphosate right at my feet. And he was pointing out the plant that he was spraying. Humans make mistakes. That's what's going to happen. I saw no fencing around the property. Nothing was done. And we know that we were also criticized by the EPA for not notifying residents more properly, significantly, that spraying was being done. And I know that was not intentional, but nevertheless, accidents happen. My mother died from Hodgkin's disease when I was 22 years old. We lived in a rural 5-acre fruit tree orchard. And of course, there was plenty of pesticides to be used to take care of the weeds. But they were naive and trusting. And that's what I'm asking you tonight to do, is to be more careful than they were, to take better care now that we know. There's lots, in the last few years, it's been revealed there are a lot more links between glyphosate and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and it's become substantially more clear that we ought to be careful. 2019.
Ginger, I got to stop you.
I'm sorry.
No,
but
you're
You
good.
get my message.
I get your message.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call in the room here. Anybody want to speak? Okay, and we're going to go to the Zoom. We have some people on the Zoom. So Cheryl, why don't you get us started?
Okay, phone number ending in 5188, *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ann Kane, President of Village Laguna.
We echo the previous comments and request that all forms of synthetic herbicides not be used in Laguna Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Okay, next hand is Ron Whitehurst. Go ahead, you can unmute yourself. Ron Whitehurst.
Hello, my name's Ron Whitehurst. I'm a pest control advisor with working with Rincon, Vitova, and Sectaries regarding the good bugs that eat the bad bugs. I was a member of the SPM work group, Sustainable Pest Management. We came up with a roadmap to reduce pesticide use here in California. I'm also a weed ecologist. I'm here to support option 3. You've been hearing from some Monsanto-funded groups that want to keep Roundup and other glyphosate and glufosinate herbicides. Monsanto lies. This was brought out dramatically in Discovery during the Roundup trial for Dwayne Johnson. Roundup causes cancer. Had covered that a lot, but Roundup does not decompose quickly in the environment. France sued over this and won. Roundup kills beneficial soil fungi that give soil tilth, the quality, three-dimensional quality, so that it absorbs moisture and provides all kinds of ecological services. And so Roundup to weeds and native scrub or chaparral makes the soil more compact, dense, and favors the growth of invasive weeds. This is moving succession backwards. We're living, let's see, every plant to every group of plants in succession. If you just trench the hillsides, keyline system, to capture water, the native vegetation will return in a few years. We've seriously de-watered our landscape, and so a lot of the native plants are struggling. I challenged the passive restoration comment in option 3, and a quart per acre is the usual treatment. And so the 13% reduction is that was noted is insignificant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, next hand up is Bill Nickham. Go ahead, Bill.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and our participating community. I'm Bill Nickham, Vice Chair of Emergency Disaster Committee and EDPC. EDPC serves as an advisory to Council. The topic of Roundup was on our agenda last night, resulting in robust conversation. And we would like to thank all those that participated, and many of which are at Council tonight. It was impressive showing on both sides, and the issue was well representative, and we thank the community for participating. That said, the Emergency Disaster and Preparedness Committee supports the staff recommendation, option 3, on vegetation treatment protocols, with the addition of language requiring an annual update through 2027 by the fire chief, thank you, to EDPC with a follow-up committee report to Council. This will help ensure that the proposed changes on how fire department manages hazardous flammable fuels maintains the effectiveness of the city's current fire prevention measures. Period. Keeping our residents, our homes, our community, our land, air, and water safe from the ravages of wildfire must always be one of the city's top priorities. When the city can implement essential public safety measures in a more sustainable way that respects community input, EDPC supports that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Next hand is Jane Dew. Go ahead, Jane. You can unmute yourself. Go ahead, Jane. You can unmute yourself. Okay, we'll keep moving along. Phone number ending in 0339, *6 to unmute yourself. 0339.
Let's come back to Jane.
Yeah, and I have 0339 is unmuted themselves, but they're not talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was unmuted on my end. Go ahead. You can go ahead, but I'm here.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, council members and community members. This is Doug Johnson. I'm the executive director of the nonprofit California Invasive Plant Council. We're a statewide organization that supports those professionals and volunteers working in wildlands to protect biodiversity. And I am amazed at the passion and the commitment of the community to come out. I really respect that. It sounds like you really need to try working without glyphosate for sure, maybe with other herbicides. But what I would point out that I don't think has been brought up much tonight is in the excellent evaluation of the alternatives, it was clear that option 3 would not accomplish restoration goals. So it may indeed accomplish the fire reduction goals, and kudos to you for being willing to spend more to accomplish that without herbicides, if that's what you want to do. But I will point out that the fuel management zones are disturbed areas, which are a perfect breeding place for weeds, which will then spread into the natural areas adjacent. So I would urge that whatever option you go with, as a previous commenter said, make sure that you monitor the effectiveness, not just for the fire management, but for the habitat management. And lastly, I'll just throw out that a number of things have been thrown out tonight, one of which is that the US EPA says that glyphosate will damage a whole bunch of endangered species. And I know exactly where that comes from in their biological evaluation. And unfortunately, the way they present the information is very confusing, but that's actually not what they're saying. So anyway, thanks for taking comment.
Thank you.
Okay, next hand, Matt Lawson. Go ahead, Matt.
Good evening, Council. Matt Lawson, EDPC as well. I just want to second everything that Chief Nickum said. I also want to point out, I want to thank the members of the community who showed up last evening on giving us various perspectives and a number of very well-informed ones, I might add. And one that kind of resonated with me, I think it was Ted Rikus who made the observation that in effect, pit fire safety against environmental protection really creates a false dichotomy. And in fact, I couldn't agree more with that. The more I thought about it, the more I agree with it. And I think it's very important that we do both, because unless we protect ourselves from wildfire and protect our homes and our community and our air, land, and water, we will be faced with not only a potentially lethal threat to our residents and the enormous material destruction of our community, but also about the worst environmental disaster that any of us can imagine. So I think we really have to do both to accomplish either. And I want to thank everybody again who contributed their thoughts last evening. So thank you. And we, of course, endorsed unanimously option 3. And I want to also compliment staff for a very thorough analysis. I thought that was extremely well done. So have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Hi, John Thomas. Go ahead, John.
Hi. I'll be the first to admit that I have not studied this to the extent others in the room have. But what I have studied is the city budget and the city's financial statements, as I was on the city's audit committee for 5 years. What I can say is that the city can afford to do this. What we cannot do is we cannot afford to not do this right. If we need to, we can find room in our $139 million budget to do this right. If you decide to do what so many have asked, yes on recommendation 3, but no Roundup or similar products in the restoration areas, Laguna Beach can afford to do it. This is all about setting priorities. Where the health of the residents and our environment is the issue, the city's top priority should not be cost. It should be doing the right thing. And we can, as Matt suggested, do both this and achieve fire safety. Thanks.
John, I'd rather see the Washington Huskies as the national champions, by the way.
And
I
who
won't
is
hold
our
it
president
against you.
now? Are you also denying Biden?
No, you got your way, man. Okay. Okay, thanks, John.
Okay, next hand is Marina Brand. Go ahead, Marina.
Hi, my name is Marina or Mina Brown, and I grew up in Laguna Canyon. You heard from Judy Mancuso. I'm also a member of the city's Environmental Sustainability Committee. We voted last year to recommend that our city follow the example of Malibu and ban the use of any pesticides within Laguna Beach where they can harm wildlife. That includes herbicides, insecticides, and rodenticides. We also recommended that the city adopt an integrated pest management approach based on Malibu's for its own operations, which would mean avoiding the use of pesticides in both of the programs being discussed tonight. Our recommendation has not come to the council for your consideration yet. I hope you will consider it soon. It's clear that there is momentum in this city to stop using pesticides. In 2020, the council voted to stop the use of rodent poisons that are known to harm wildlife. That applied only to the city's own operations, but it included actions to encourage all community members to stop using them. The momentum continues tonight. It is very encouraging to see our city analyze options for open space management that would avoid the use of pesticides while still meeting goals for fire safety and habitat restoration. Invasive plants are a major threat to natural habitat, and it is important to keep fighting them as they emerge and spread. We should be proud that our city has already made habitat restoration a goal of our fuel modification program. It's a necessary part of managing open space, and we should not lose sight of that while we seek better solutions. Nor should we overlook the positive contributions of the Laguna Canyon Foundation in protecting and restoring our wilderness areas. It is clearly also important to many members of our community that Laguna Beach keep a leadership role in how we manage our wild habitats. I thank our city and community for going through this process and urge you to continue to strive for environmental leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina.
Okay, Michelle Bentcliffe, you can unmute yourself. Michelle Bentcliffe.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. I just found out about this yesterday. So I'm so impressed with everybody who spoke tonight and echo a lot of the sentiments that people made. I've been a homeowner and resident of Laguna Beach for 22 years. And what I love about Laguna is our environment, our care for the environment, and this community that just everybody who's so concerned and comes out to speak their minds and to work together on solutions. There's a famous saying, when you know better, you do better. I think we all know that chemicals are not good for us and they're not good for our environment. So I hope that we can find a solution that helps mitigate fires and keeps us all safe as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, Kian Shulman, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Kian Shulman, Director of Poison Free Malibu and a registered nurse. Pesticides are poisons and have a wide range of non-target impacts, including direct toxic effects on non-target species such as soil organisms, invertebrates, vertebrates, as well as ecosystem levels, affecting our water supply. Pesticides and their highly toxic long-lived breakdown products were found in 90% of U.S. streams. A 2021 University of Maryland study found that pesticides killed or harmed soil invertebrates, including earthworms, ants, beetles, and ground nesting bees, and concluded that pesticides of all types pose a clear hazard to soil invertebrates. Pesticides pose grave risks to human health, especially for children. They are toxic, and exposure is linked to a range of serious diseases such as Parkinson's, asthma, thyroid issues, birth defects, reproductive harms, depression, anxiety, ADHD, autism, cancer, including leukemia and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. The city of Malibu recognized the issue, and the properties have been pesticide-free since 2016. The California Coastal Commission also saw the significant problem with pesticide use. In May 2021, the Coastal Commission adopted Malibu's Coastal Program Amendment. It reads, "The use of pesticides, including insecticides, herbicides, rodenticides, or any similar toxic chemical substances shall be prohibited. Herbicides may be used for the eradication of invasive species, but only if the use of non-chemical methods for the prevention and management, such as physical, mechanical, or cultural or biological controls, are infeasible. Herbicides shall be restricted to the least toxic product and method, and to the maximum extent shall be biodegradable and derived from natural resources. The LCP amendment clearly requires the use of non-poisonous techniques as the first, and that herbicides application shall use natural biological. Allowing chemical pesticides to be used because of lack of manpower or increased cost is not acceptable. The consequences to the environment and our health must have first priority. Thank you for your consideration to vote for option number 3.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give this another go. Jane Dew, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My apologies earlier. I was limiting the ability of ads to listen to my conversation last night and had inadvertently altered all my microphone settings. So sorry about that. Thank you for hearing us on the issue of continued use of glyphosate on public lands. I believe a decision on this could set a precedent. In 2007, a Canadian scientist by the name of David Suzuki rang an alarm bell on the mysterious disappearance of 90% of bees in Canada. In 2013, it would be later revealed that the monocropping culture of agro-industrial farms' use of Roundup may have had a responsibility in the disappearance. This would later be followed by a series of Supreme Court cases in Canada's High Court limiting the ability of small-scale farmers to launch a grievance against large-scale farms. The 2013 study from the international environmental organization Friends of the Earth notes that the use of glyphosate will expose microorganisms, including insects flying through. In addition, this synthetic herbicide chemical agent has been found in our soil, in our groundwater levels, leaching into our oceans, and it has been detected in urine among people. Further, there was a growing discussion in the 2023 Medical Society of Endocrinologists at USC's Keck Medical School of the rise of endocrine disrupting mechanisms in our environment, specifically in our water. So to sum, glyphosate affects molecules in our air, our soil, our water, and our hormones, and the council has been suggested to continue its use. Since it can inhibit the growth of plants in neighboring areas, it is oxymoronic to attach the words restoration program with the use of synthetic herbicides. It has often been said that today we are not reinventing the wheel because other counties are doing the same, with the exception of Malibu. As we have heard, there are different ways to mitigate invasive species without using synthetic glyphosate. As population grows and the challenges of the boundaries between nature and society continue to be tested, it would be wise for council to consider the long-term detrimental effect on our bodies brought by the use of Roundup on our public lands near our oceans. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay, next hand is Josh. Go ahead, Josh. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Joshua Lurch. I am a teacher at Annalise Schools in the Laguna Beach in the Canyon. I am also a parent of 2 students who attend the school. I'm an avid runner and I use the trails every week, multiple times for exercise and enjoyment. And I have to say that I was extremely surprised when I learned from some of our fellow parents at school about the use of Roundup in the canyon. Laguna Beach to me has always been a shining example of how we should treat our environment and what a special environment it is in the canyon and in the ocean. And I think that we owe it to our environment and to our kids and to our community in Laguna Beach. Such a special place deserves to be treated such a way. And by using any type of toxic chemicals that can endanger any of that specialness, I think needs to be taken very seriously. I want to thank everyone who's stood up and made their voice heard today in support of the canyon, in support of Laguna Beach. I'm very proud to say that I work there and enjoy tremendously being able to be a part of the environment in Laguna Beach every day. And thank you so much for considering changing the way things have been working and finding a better solution that takes into account all of our health and our environment's health. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. So, Cheryl, I don't see any more callers, do you?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, and with that, I'll close the public hearing and we'll bring it back to council. And who would like to start?
Couple of questions just before we get into comments. Just for clarification, there seem to be several speakers who implied that we have widespread use of glyphosate in the canyons. I just want to ask staff to confirm that it's limited to a zone of within, and I'm not advocating for the use of glyphosate. I'm just saying in our program, it's limited to the use of within 100-foot of structures. So if you're walking trails out there in the 16,000 of open space, acres of open space we all get to enjoy, there's not glyphosate throughout the canyons. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And also on the city's website, we do have a GIS map that shows all the treatment zones and those that are hand treated. And within those zones would be where herbicide has been used as a practice.
Second question is, with respect to the mitigation restoration project that we have to undertake, when are we scheduled, or when are we required to begin that process under our permit, our CDP?
In November, December of 2023. So we've
2 months ago.
2 months ago, we've obviously, we have communicated with coastal staff and what we're working through and what we're evaluating right now, and they're aware of that. But the intent would be to issue a request for proposal on the project and return to council sometime in spring. Start moving with that project.
And as you said, we've got 3 to 5 years to achieve 75% native coverage with no more than 5% non-native is the standard that we're going to be judged against under our permit.
Correct.
One of the issues that several of the speakers made note of is that while there, clearly there are benefits to not using an herbicide, and that's been articulated by many of the speakers, but there's also, in terms of the environmental side, and this is sort of a three-legged stool, right? I mean, you've got public health, you've got environmental, and you've got fire mitigation, right? So it's a three-legged stool. You're trying to balance it all. You want all of it to work. It sounds like the passive restoration, we're just going to lose that. I think people understand that's understandable enough. But I heard last night from Laguna Canyon Foundation speakers and also a speaker tonight that an additional risk with the seed dispersion is that it, outside the 115 acres that we currently treat, if we treat it with the hand treatment as opposed to the current protocols, the risk of seed dispersal outside the treatment zone into the true open space is there. So how will we, assuming we go with option 3, which I'm supportive of option 3, how will we measure that? And how will we measure, you can look at just the 115 acres and say, okay, from a fire standpoint, the chief's going to say it's working or it's not working, or it's working almost as good, but not quite as good, or it's working the same. But how about the impacts on the, on the seed dispersion and the other open space? How do we, are we going to monitor that?
Yeah, so that's part of those trade-off provisions that we've discussed, right? Cost, impact to habitat, and use of herbicide or not. So with respect to the habitat area, preliminary thoughts is we demarc all the zones where we currently are. Day one, if the council directs us to proceed with option 3, these are the boundaries. This is what the plant makeup is on this side of the line. Outside of the boundary, this is what it is on the inside. Geotag that, photo monitor that over time, and see if we are seeing an expanse of non-natives claiming that area and outcompeting native habitat. We could provide that in photo documented. If the team sits down and certainly the experts and the wildland managers that we work with closely have a better solution, we staff could prepare a memo, share that with council, and the community, of course, at large. But I think it would be photo documenting and demarking where we currently are and evaluating if there's move.
Okay. And then with respect to the restoration area that we're obligated to undertake, I mean, clearly staff is saying we can't get there without the synthetics. If we were to direct you to go look at that further, are there other resources that we could call upon? We haven't had a chance to call upon yet, just because this is where we are in the process, to look to see whether there are, whether it is achievable without synthetics?
Here's the first step of what, based on the comments tonight and my just thinking through it. The first thing I need to go to is to Coastal Commission and see if they're willing to give us a break, right, on this 3 to 5. It's a house of cards. If we can't meet that, we can't conduct fuel modification, and we're sliding backwards quickly on a number of fronts. So if I can get support from Coastal to see if there's any wiggle room in that area, we could then from there look to see if there's options. In my conversations with members of the community, and as I've gone through this process, there are a number of companies that have been brought to my attention. I haven't had the opportunity to sit down and discuss if the work they do, where they do it, applies to us. I'd be happy to have those conversations if the council so directs. But I think the first step is to see if we have flexibility in our timeline.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop there and turn it over to other members of the council.
Who'd like to go? George, you want to go?
Unless you have a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I think I probably spent more time on this issue than any other issue that's come before us as a council. I still don't know how to pronounce glyphosate. But I appreciate everyone on both sides of this issue because I don't think there's anyone here has an agenda for Monsanto. Everyone here is here because of, love for our environment, but also human health. And so I once again, I just appreciate all the input that we've had. And I think it's just been a really positive discussion. So I think Bob articulated really what's at stake here pretty well. We have a 3-legged stool with human health, fire safety, and environmental health. And all those are things that are our responsibility as council members. The incident, the Ruckus's testimony about, and their articulate son, the testimony about, I know the area that they're describing in South Laguna where the kids were playing. I don't think we probably screwed up. We never should have had a situation where kids could have been in an area that's exposed to glyphosate in that way, especially without warning. So I think that was a screw up on the city's part, and I apologize for that. I would probably react in the same way that they did. And so yeah, in terms of the science, I've spent a lot of time trying to understand the science and the impacts of human health of glyphosate, and I think there is a consensus that prolonged exposure, like with regard, is not a good thing, and that it does pose a risk to human health. I think there's in the literature review that I've seen, there's ambiguity about what level of exposure is going to have that impact on human health. But I think when you look with that ambiguity, what you have is a balancing test, and the consequences of getting it wrong are very high, right? So that's how I look at this issue. So I am, with respect to both the fuel modification and habitat restoration, supportive of a ban on glyphosate, and I'm supportive of that. I think I also, in doing my research, I looked at kind of how other entities had approached this issue. And, when the county of LA enacted a moratorium, what they did is they created a technical advisory panel with experts. And one of the conclusions from that panel was essentially that there's no one method when we're talking about how you manage vegetation. And I think this is what I've also heard from our experts from Laguna Canyon Foundation. There's no one method that's perfect in vegetation management. Every method has its optimal application. And, up the integrate, and it talks about, it endorses the idea of an integrated pest management plan. The UC system also did a task force on this, and what they talked about is they made the case for an IPM. I'm quoting, IPMs allow pest managers to use pesticides only after careful and thoughtful consideration of alternatives. It stresses the use of non-chemical control methods such as exclusion or trapping before chemical options. IPMs call for pesticide use only after the consideration of applicable risks to human and ecosystem health and determination based on careful and thorough evaluation that other alternatives are not feasible. I think long-term an IPM is the way that's going to be the most sustainable way to go forward. Because, us on the dais, it's hard for us to be micromanaging what the right approach is. I think there's, I don't know how my colleagues, I think there's a consensus that glyphosate is not what we want here in Laguna Beach. But I think an IPM is really the way forward. And so I think longer term, I'd like to see us come up with an IPM that works. That's what Malibu has. That's what LA County has, Irvine. So I think that's really the long-term approach. It's really how we can manage the situation, how we can, move forward in a way that protects our environment and deals with our fuel modification. So yeah, with respect to fuel modification, I am supportive of option 3. The thing that still I don't does create concern for me is this situation with the invasive species that happened by the pageant of the Masters, where we had this something that I guess we hadn't, wasn't seen before. So I'm still trying to understand how we deal with situations like that, and I think an IPM is going to be the way that we can manage that. So that's for long term. With respect to habitat restoration, I agree with what Jeremy. I think it's a good idea to go to the Coastal Commission and ask for more time to figure this out. And so I'd be supportive of that. We have a lot of resources in this room in terms of lobbying power to do that. And I appreciate so I think that's one way we can look at this. I also think we could do an RFQ to solicit proposals to see what are the companies out there that can habitat restoration in a way that achieves our goals, because we don't need to do the work ourselves. We just do an RFQ and we see what's out there and, go from there. I think that could be an approach that could work here, but I think this is something that we're going to need more time, because to me I would never support a situation where we're not allowed to have our fuel modification zones. I think our fuel modification is just fundamental to dealing with fire risk. So in terms of dealing with habitat restoration, that's the approach I would support, is seeing what's out there. What are companies or organizations that could figure out a way to deal with habitat restoration in a way that doesn't use glyphosate, and ideally not pesticides. But overall, I'm supportive of option 3. I'm supportive of long-term moving to an IPM approach, and I'm supportive of trying to find asking the Coastal Commission for time, and then trying to find alternatives to figure out how to deal with this habitat restoration problem. Because I still, even from the testimony today, that's the one part that I'm struggling with. So interested to hear what the rest of my colleagues think.
Thanks, Alex. George?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I support option 3 as well. I want to echo some of the comments of my colleagues already. Bob Whalen mentioned this question about the effect of is glyphosate being used, let's say, at Annalise School? And I don't think it is. Did you say that? Can you confirm that there's no risk at the students of Annalise School because our fuel modification cones are not near there?
I'm going to predicate this response with its staff's position that we are not knowingly putting the public in harm through our treatment protocol. That said, the fuel modification zone does surround Annalise School to create a fire break around the school, and herbicide treatment does occur there, but it doesn't occur when school's in session.
What did you say there?
They don't treat when school's in session.
Oh, okay. Okay, they're not treat while school's in session. I don't know what that means exactly, but that means they're not spraying while school's in session. But the residual is there. Okay.
That's what I've been instructed. That's the process, council member.
Okay, thank you. In addition to option 3, I'd like to ask questions about the mitigation zone, the 5 acres. Can we use something other than glyphosate in that area and transition off to an IPM, integrated pest management program? And what does that look like?
Short answer, yes. I think we can explore alternatives. I've asked and we can be successful, likely be successful in achieving those goals without glyphosate. But at some point, with the caveat that some sort of synthetic herbicide to target certain high priority species, it would be required at that point. What does that look like? There's a roadmap, Natural Communities Coalition. I can certainly provide that to the clerk. I will at the end of tonight for the benefit of the public. I've been referring to it on a number of times, as well as the city council, but that's certainly a starting point of incrementally working through trial and error different herbicides.
Good, I would support that as well. I think we've heard from 30, 40 people today, and we also got 32 emails, only 2 of which or so supported the continued use of glyphosate. So this is a very important and critical issue for the residents, and we've listened to you all today and previously, and the Environmental Sustainability Committee, where we had speakers previously on this topic. So I do want to also say, I think we need to keep our options open for those invasives like the one at FOA that Ron had mentioned that appear and are important to destroy before they become a problem. Because there's 70 of them on this list of, I think for one of the lists, there's 70 of them on the state list of invasive plant society that talks about this. And this is something we may never be able to solve. And there's ravines and canyons here where we'd have to rappel down to get to the invasives. And there's always going to be seed beds coming in. But so it's a very long-term job that seems like mission impossible, but you're the man for it. You talking to me? So I would recommend in this case, option 3, the recommendation would also be, here my other colleagues, if they agree, to look for options that remove the use of glyphosate in the mitigation zone as well. Not to say that's not, going to be a problem. We can't hand pull unless everybody here volunteers to go out there and do that. Okay, I'll take your names. It's a long-term effort because the seed bed is 5 years. So be prepared. But I think that's what we need to do. And I would support that this evening, and also retaining the option of using herbicides when it's absolutely necessary, but only in rare cases.
And I agree with my colleagues. I don't have too much to add other than to say, I think, so Laguna Canyon Foundation, they do a lot more than just spray. They do trail restoration. They do a lot of educational programs. They do a lot of good things for our open space. I serve on the board there, and they do a lot of really good things. And so I think, for them to continue, if we found an alternative herbicide to use, if we find that we need to, Laguna Canyon Foundation is probably the best organization to do that, because they know our hillsides, our trails, our open space very, very well. I think Alan mentioned that, and that's true. When you're a council member, so when you have a fire, like on the scale of like a Paradise or something, talk about an environmental disaster. That is an environmental disaster. They probably have, I think I read $1.5 to $2 billion of remediation in the soil because of a benzene gets into their soil and into their water supply. So that's why the council is always so worried about this, because we have to worry about the safety of people too. And that's first and foremost on our mind. It's a big concern. I was the mayor a couple of years ago when we had the coastal fire and the Emerald fire. There's nothing that worries you more than a fire in this community, because it's so apt to take off here because we have so much vegetation. So I agree with my colleagues, particularly some of the comments that Alex made regarding the IPM. I think those are good suggestions. So I think we are in agreement here. Yeah, I'll take a motion.
No, I think that it would be the recommended action, other than we need to modify number 4, or augment number 4. Number 4 is the continue authorized use of synthetic herbicide within the mitigation sites, right? So I think what we're saying is direct staff to approach Coastal Commission to see if we can get an extension of time so that we're, with respect to the mitigation site. And I think, Alex, what you and George were going at was explore other alternatives, perhaps an integrated treatment plan and pest management approach for the mitigation zone.
Correct.
Right.
And just a question, Jeremy, is NCC an entity that could help us with this IPM?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Likely, yes. It'll be part of our, if you recall a few weeks ago, council directed staff to look at the benefits and implications of joining the NCC. This will likely be one of the topics we'll be discussing during that process.
So maybe we could add a recommended action to, as, well, I guess we haven't joined, right? We're not a part of it.
Correct.
So direct staff to implement an IPM, based on best practices, including from the Natural Communities Coalition. Does that work, Bob?
Yeah,
I think that's the
fine.
easiest.
I think that's good. Are you going to add that to your motion, Bob?
Yeah, we can add that to the motion then as a,
We also reserving the right to use a herbicide for those areas where there's a invasive that's new, where it's necessary.
Maybe we can have that organization take
Well,
a look at that.
No, I
Oh,
think
yeah.
what we're doing for now is we're going with option 3, right, which is mechanical treatment only. And then we're looking at requesting staff to seek an extension of time from the Coastal Commission so we can explore alternatives for the mitigation sites. And then adding as a 7th recommendation, the suggestion that we direct staff to develop an integrated
Pest management
plan for the city, which would allow, as I read integrated pest management plans,
Yeah,
it's a
that's right.
hierarchical
Yeah,
thing,
you're
and
right.
it would allow getting down to
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah, that's good.
Good point.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question. We say on number 3 to report back to the council prior to the calendar year 2027. Should we have a report back before that, though?
Yes, absolutely. We'd be willing to come back either by memo or presentation to report the progress on all 3 legs of the stool as have been described.
So Chief, like next year at this time, would it be reasonable to report back?
It would be.
I'd like to do that if we can add that, Bob.
Yeah, I would agree. Let's see how it's working.
Okay, so change that recommendation 3 is report back to council in the first quarter of calendar year 25, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask a point of clarification on the integrated pest management plan? The direction to develop that, is that limited to wildland or to also include that for facility, hardscape, landscape, citywide?
So facility, hardscape, landscape, we're currently not, but there's no issue there, right? We're not using any herbicides there.
The recommendation of the Environmental Sustainability Committee would be a citywide. So that's what.
I don't think we need, there's not a problem there, I don't think, right?
Is there a conflict?
What do you think on that question? There's some in the community that perceive they would like, your recommendation for the committee was to look at the entire city in an integrated pest management plan.
Okay.
What's the downside of that?
What's the downside?
I'm not prepared to provide pros and cons to that. I just off the cuff, additional staff resources and time. But I mean, I don't think that's it.
So I think maybe when you come back to us with the evaluation of the IPM in accordance with what the best practices are, I think that recommendation about where it would be could be part of that. If maybe you could say we do it for the whole city or we do it for parts of the city, I think that could be part of that IPM evaluation. Right?
Are we bringing an evaluation of IPM or an IPM?
And
IPM.
well, I think you'd do an evaluation to come up with the IPM, right? Based on the best practices.
You adopt an IPM, really.
I'm sorry to be just clear.
Yeah.
It's,
Well,
long
why
as
don't we
late
give
as
him
the
a little
hour.
time to think about
I-
this?
I'm just
Because
procedurally trying to see, are we bringing, here's recommended options for an IPM, or based on our evaluation, this is the IPM we recommend?
Recommended options.
Okay.
Well, you're going to look at the IPM for Malibu and what the Natural Communities Coalition does, and you're going to come back with the best combination.
Well, I think the best one is the Malibu or because the Malibu one is more hardscape, right? So the County of LA IPM, look at the Natural Communities Coalition. So I guess I think keep it broad. What a recommendation from staff with options for an IPM. That seems like the best approach because I don't know the answer of where. I'm not an expert.
John, do you have a comment?
We need to learn more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it-
Right.
so-
And we
Right.
will. So bring back options.
So I think options work, right?
Pardon?
So I think having staff bring back options, does that
Sure.
work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
We're
We
good.
would do that at a public meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So item recommendation 7 is direct staff to bring back options for integrated pest management plan for the city.
Yeah, based on best practices.
Based on best practices. Okay, somebody writing this down? Good. All
Okay.
right, so that's the
We
motion.
have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's 4-0. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and your comments. Oh, what? What?
The addendum for the resolution as well. Did we include that one? Sorry, premature. The resolution to
Oh,
apply
I'm
for the
sorry,
grant.
yeah, I had the wrong number. So you've already got 7, so that's 8.
8,
Yeah.
correct.
All right, I misnumbered it. Yeah.
That's
8.
1 through 8.
It's all
that
the
we need.
recommended action.
Okay, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes.
They clarified that that was part of the motion.
All right. Oh, okay.
Okay, we're on to item 14, which is the Laguna Canyon Road Project update, discussion of potential funding opportunities and approval of next steps. And I'm gonna turn this over to Mark McAvoy and Tom Perez for staff report. Welcome, you guys.
That's the award-winning Mark and Tom, right?
That's
there.
right. That's right. Every year there's an award.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Mark McAvoy, Director of Public Works, and with me, Tom Perez, Assistant Director of Public Works. And tonight we'll be presenting the Laguna Canyon Road Project update, discussion of potential funding opportunities, and next steps on the project. We have a I'd say brief, but it's probably a little longer than brief PowerPoint presentation tonight. And we do have the consultant team here to assist with any questions. The consultant team from Mark Thomas is here. And with that, Tom, take it away.
Thank you, Mark. As Mark mentioned, there's a lot of information to cover, so I tried to put it together in a logical sequence. And at the end, I'll be happy, along with the design team, to answer any questions. So thank you in advance. The State Route 133, or as we call it, Laguna Canyon Road, provides critical access to and from the city. And the City Council has taken several actions in the past related to improving the corridor. And so on the screen is an abbreviated list of actions that have been taken in the past, beginning with the September 2015 presentation of the Laguna Canyon Task Force final report. And in that report, it listed a lot of the community's desires and what they'd like to see in the corridors. So the information that was received from that 2015 final report was then incorporated into the project study report that was prepared by HDR Engineering. In addition, that PSR addressed some of the findings that came out of the wildfire mitigation and fire safety report. In that report, Laguna Canyon Road improvements were designated as a long-term project, and it was directed for staff to proceed working on a cost-benefit analysis, making considerations for relinquishment of the road. And there was also direction for staff to coordinate with local legislators to enact an assembly bill for relinquishment. So in September 2020, Assembly Bill number 2172 was adopted, and that laid the groundwork for relinquishment of Laguna Canyon Road from Coast Highway to El Toro Road. Following that action in September 2021, the cost-benefit analysis was presented to the City Council. At the time, the direction was to move forward to get the PSR approved. And so staff was able to get that document approved by Caltrans in September of 2022. And then at that time, the City Council decided and directed staff to authorize Edison to proceed with the design of the undergrounding. So that went into action following the September 22 approval. And then later, January 2023, the City Council created the Laguna Canyon Road Subcommittee. That subcommittee's been meeting over the past year or so, discussing the project's next steps and progress. And following that action in May of 2023, a contract was awarded to Mark Thomas to proceed into the project approval and environmental document phase. And that's the phase we currently find ourselves. This is a flow chart that has been presented to the City Council in the past, and just wanted to highlight again where we are in the overall project. This PA and ED is, I'll say, one of the most robust phases of the project. This is where we will have the public outreach, We'll work very closely with the public, with any stakeholders, people expressing interest in the project, to identify a preferred alternative. And with that, we'll study the project and move to an environmental approval. And at the end of PAED, with an approval, that signifies that we have a project that's entitled for construction. And so, as I mentioned, a lot happening in this phase. And so with that, I just wanted to give a brief overview of the work that has been happening since the contract was awarded to Mark Thomas. The first item that we were able to accomplish was to negotiate a cooperative agreement between the city and Caltrans for processing the PA&ED through Caltrans. This document outlines the roles and responsibilities of each party, and it outlines the process for obtaining Caltrans approval, being that they are the owner of the roadway. All the designs and CEQA documents would need to be processed through them. So one bit of good news is that staff was able to negotiate with Caltrans to process and review the PA&ED at their own costs. And just to provide a little bit of comparison, the PSR phase, Caltrans costs exceeded about $240,000. So that was a significant achievement there. Once that cooperative agreement was signed, the encroachment permit was issued by Caltrans, which allowed Mark Thomas to proceed with the topographic surveying, updating traffic counts, and right-of-way mapping for the project. So really starting all the groundwork, getting the project base maps set up. They've also begun the utility coordination. So we reach out to all the utility companies that we expect to have facilities on the corridor. We received maps from them, and they've been coming in steadily, and Mark Thomas has been updating those base maps. One of the items that we'll talk a little more in depth about tonight is that public engagement plan has been put together by Mark Thomas's subconsultant Circle Point. They will be leading the public outreach. So we've brought that plan forward. We'd like to share that with council tonight. And in addition, Mark Thomas has put together a relinquishment decision document to help better understand if that is the right thing to do, and if it's deemed that it is the right thing to do, when is the right time to do it? And we will be discussing that a little further tonight as well. So starting off with the public engagement, the public engagement is going to play a key role in understanding the stakeholder priorities for the corridor. It's going to help us to build consensus around a preferred alternative. And as I mentioned before, this public engagement process will be led by Mark Thomas and Circle Point, and they will be engaging the community members, users, conservation groups, and any other interested parties. And we as a subcommittee have been working on identifying who those parties are. We want to ensure that we are reaching out to everyone, and so we welcome anyone who is interested to definitely reach out to us, and I'll mention some ways that they can do that. So the public engagement, our objectives really are to, number one, inform the public. We want people to know what it is that we're doing, what the project is proposing, what improvements and what impacts may come out of those improvements. We want to ensure broad participation. So we're really interested in hearing from a wide variety of people, whether it's businesses, residents, visitors. We really want to understand how this project is going to impact people. One thing we really want to focus on is engaging the public where they are. That'll be through public meetings, newsletters, and drop-in conversations. So we discussed for the immediate project area, having the consultant going door to door in some cases, reaching out to people just by knocking on their doors, talking to them. We've talked about setting up shop like at Main Beach or at some of the trailheads, and really trying to capture, as I mentioned before, a wide variety of people. And so leading into that, more of the outreach opportunities are a public survey that will be rolling out here fairly soon, doing the business outreach, the residential outreach, pop-up and intercept surveys, which could be as simple as a table at a farmer's market, or people just at very active places reaching out to people. And then just holding public meetings and Q&A sessions, allowing people to come in, express their thoughts to us. And then we have created a project website, and we plan to keep that a very dynamic website where we can update and show latest approvals, key achievements, upcoming actions, and really putting the word out to folks. As part of this work, we felt it was very important to provide a clear project identity and really help to convey what this project is trying to do. And so we created a project name, the Laguna Canyon Road Protect and Connect. And we feel that this Protect and Connect really encompasses the breadth of the project. So we're protecting the community with the proposed undergrounding, with improvements to a key evacuation route, connecting the community through active transportation. And so we feel this is really a good branding of the project and helping to differentiate what we're doing, say, starting today, moving forward, versus things that have been done in the past, and just clarifying this is the project in front of us today. As I mentioned, some of the key aspects of the project are to increase safety and sustainability, underground the overhead utilities, and to encourage the multimodal transit. And so together with the project name, we've created the project logo and incorporated earth tones. And we just feel this is representative of the project, what we're trying to do. And so this will be used on all our communications, and again, helping people to see and recognize this. And then one of the other key things is when we're applying for grants, it really helps to have a catchy name and have a project identity. So we feel this is a very important factor and something that will be incorporated into all our outreach materials. So I've mentioned now a couple times undergrounding the overhead utilities. So just to provide an update on Southern California Edison, as I mentioned, in November 2022, we initiated the Edison design of the undergrounding. This included undergrounding facilities between El Toro Road and just south of Canyon Acres Drive. And so I'll say that's right to about the substation there. So if you could envision that. And this would include undergrounding both transmission and distribution facilities, and preparation of cost estimates to go along with that work. When we asked Edison to start that work, we asked them to investigate undergrounding both within the right-of-way and then looking into the open space area to see if there was any alternative that ran through the open space that could be less impactful, cheaper, and just really to look at all of our options there. To date, in conversations that we've had with Edison, they've expressed to us they don't feel everything can go into the open space, but we may be looking at like a hybrid design. So when you get into areas, say where there's a parking lot or your trailheads, those are areas where maybe we might be able to slide some facilities in there with the minimal impact. And so we're going to be looking at that closely with them as we proceed. So last year, the city, and I'll get into grants a little later, but last year the city applied for a BRIC grant. It's a federal grant to underground the utility lines. We were not successful with that, and one of the key reasons why, what we were told from Cal OES, is that they didn't see a significant financial contribution from Edison towards the project. So we've been working in this last year very closely with Edison, trying to get a commitment from them. And so with our submission just at the end of last year, a couple weeks ago, we received a letter from Edison where they pointed out there's currently the city's holding about $1.4 million of Rule 20A credits that haven't been assigned to any other projects. They said there's an estimated anticipated overhead equivalent credit of $3.4 million. What that is typically when you underground, Edison will provide a credit for what they say an overhead system would be. So they acknowledge they're getting a new system, so they say this is the credit. In that letter, something new to us, something a bit unexpected. Edison mentioned that this portion of Laguna Canyon Road met some of the criteria for their targeted underground program, referred to as their TUG program. This program would underground only the distribution lines. It didn't include a dollar amount, but we have a 2020 estimate from HDR, who was our consultant who prepared the PSR. And they estimated at that time that being about $23 million worth of work. So that was very substantial if Edison would be willing to put that and do that on their dime. That did come with the caveat that they will rely on the city to assist them in getting their permits to do the work. And it also made note that the funding for the TUG program is going to be at issue in their 2025 general rate case at the California Public Utilities Commission. So when we received that letter, as I mentioned, it was new, it was exciting. So we reached out, and actually just yesterday, I was able to have a real brief conversation with some Edison staff, trying to understand if the city wants to take the step and proactively reach out to the PUC and ask for support of the project, what our options were. So they did mention that the city could submit letters. We could get any other interested parties to submit letters. There will be an upcoming opportunity to have somebody speak in person. I believe that was in April. And while they cannot tell us to go do this, they definitely said that is our option if we'd like to do that, and that it has shown to be effective in the past. So if that's something we would like to do as a city, we can definitely reach out and understand what steps we can take. And I expect to receive an email from Edison that would kind of lay out what some of our options are. And I'll definitely share that with council. So with that, as I mentioned before, the roadway is owned by Caltrans, meaning that they maintain and operate the roadway, and they are also the party responsible for reviewing all improvement plans and permitting work on their roadways. Caltrans does require strict adherence to their standards. And so we have worked through that in the PSR phase. When we received approval on the PSR, it came with some caveats that they still had issues they wanted to review and would question us through the PA&ED. One of the biggest items is where they will allow utilities to go into the roadway, lane widths, and also just the types of improvements, concrete barriers, guardrails. So those are all kind of things that we will need through PA&ED to hear what the community wants and translate that into seeking approval from Caltrans. So as I mentioned, in 2021, a benefit cost analysis was presented to the city council, and it investigated the benefits and the risks associated with the city taking ownership of Laguna Canyon Road. Mark Thomas has taken that BCA and further studied the relinquishment process and put together the relinquishment decision document, which is attached to the agenda report. It also includes the BCA, and those documents together lists out what benefits and what risks are associated. So I'll just walk through briefly some of the benefits that come along with the city taking ownership of the road. Number one being the schedule. If this roadway is owned by the city, it's anticipated that there could be a potential 2-year reduction in the processing because we would not be submitting to Caltrans. We would not be going through their review process. So there's anticipated time savings. The city being the lead agency, we would be in control of the permitting. We would also be the lead agency for CEQA, or California Environmental Quality Act. As it stands today, with Caltrans being the owner of the road, they are the lead agency, and they will not support a project that they would not permit. So that's, again, it kind of goes hand in hand together. And with the time savings and with the reduction of following that Caltrans process, there would be some expected cost savings to go along with that. City control of the project design would mean that now, as I mentioned, the project would not be limited to Caltrans design standards. It would be still following good highway design practices. The city design consultants would still apply their engineering judgment, and we'd ensure that the roadway, any designs that we bring forward are safe, but we would have more latitude to meet rural character, do some smaller lane widths, things that are standard practice outside of Caltrans. This, we believe, would ultimately provide us with the design flexibility to fit the city's vision and be able to address a little better some of what we hear in the 2015 report and also in the upcoming outreach. And ultimately, by being able to deliver these improvements, we believe that would maximize the benefits to the community. One of the major issues with the relinquishment is the undergrounding of utilities. Caltrans will not allow these utilities to be in the roadway. They require them to go outside of the roadway into the shoulders. So since they require that, a lot of the existing utilities are already in the shoulders. So water lines, gas lines, things of that nature. So that would just push the electrical and communication lines further out. And this would result in additional right-of-way impacts, impacts to the open space. So by having the design flexibility to bring those facilities into the roadway, we would expect there would be some reduced impacts to the environment and utilities, and ultimately assist in reducing costs. Finally, when it comes to outside funding, a lot of the outside funding comes with grant deadlines. For instance, the BRIC funding is a 4-year life cycle. So taking the Caltrans process out, that 2-year savings could prove substantial. However, with every good thing, there are risks that we need to be cognizant of and things that we need to understand. So first and foremost, we have operational costs that would be part of owning the road. Similar to any other road in town, we would have annual operation and maintenance that could be filling potholes, restriping, replacing signs. So your annual operations maintenance. The BCA studied that based off of information received from Caltrans and came to the conclusion that Caltrans right now is spending about $193,000 a year to maintain and operate the road. There is the future improvement costs. So when we own roads, we need to, in addition to just your routine maintenance, you get into slurry seals, grind and overlays, things of that nature. Any deficiencies we see, we would address. Those would be captured in future capital improvement projects. One thing of note when it comes to O&M costs is the city is already expending money out on Laguna Canyon Road. The city is maintaining the medians, the planted medians. So we're already responsible for the landscape, and that comes through agreements we have in place with Caltrans. The city is responsible for the street lighting system along Laguna Canyon Road. And then whenever there's an emergency, special event, traffic control, for instance, 4th of July, the city's responsible for the cost for setting up the traffic control. We set up closures if the road's flooded. So those are some things we're already doing out there. And then leading into risk management. So the potential for claims and settlements in the BCA, HDR, reached out to Caltrans. They received a couple pieces of information from Caltrans. One of those was their statewide average cost per accident. They break that down into fatalities and just injury accidents, and then just property damage accidents. So based on that, in the 10-year study period, there were 5 fatalities, and there were upwards of, I believe, 344 injury accidents. And so when that was all compiled, again, that number was put together and determined to be roughly $11 million a year of what we could expect, hopefully to be a worst case number. That is something that we've looked at. We've discussed, how that could affect risk management. The city does carry insurance, but it is a number that we would need to be aware of and take steps to reduce ourselves of that liability. Additionally, we would be required just to ensure, like any other roadway, ADA compliance, geometric design. So those are things that with any other roadway we would be responsible for, and so we would take that on. Couple that together, we do want to point out that if the city makes the decision to move forward with the relinquishment, it will be necessary to construct the proposed improvements, and that would mitigate risk to the extent feasible. There's no guarantee we could ever eliminate all fatal accidents from this roadway, but we feel we could implement these projects and reduce ourselves somewhat to the extent of being exposed to that liability. So just to walk through the relinquishment process, in discussions with Caltrans staff, they've expressed to us that the process could last anywhere from 2 to 6 years. 2 years being if the city doesn't ask for any money and we just say do the relinquishment, we'll take it as is with no additional funding. They say that it would be at least 2 years. If we ask for funding, they say we're probably looking at least a 5-year process. And I'll speak on that a little bit. Staff does believe if we proceed with the relinquishment that there should be money coming to the city as part of that process. But just to run through, the first step is for the legislature to authorize the CTC, the California Transportation Commission, to approve the relinquishment. That was completed in 2020. So the next step would be for the city to request Caltrans to proceed, and that requires a relinquishment initiation letter. A draft letter was included in the packet, and that would be executed by the city manager to kickstart the process with Caltrans. Following receipt of that, sorry, my computer wants to update. Following receipt of that letter, Caltrans then would move forward with making their findings, doing their tract of operations analysis report, project relinquishment report, and then one of the other significant items is Caltrans would prepare the CEQA document for the relinquishment. And just want to be clear that this CEQA document is only for the act of relinquishment, doesn't consider any future projects or anything else. So that in discussion with Caltrans would be expected to be a categorical exemption. Then following those items, the city and Caltrans would negotiate a relinquishment agreement. And this would be the point when the city would work through and negotiate with Caltrans any financial contribution to the relinquishment. We've reviewed and we feel that if we were going to go forward, that it would be in the city's interest to request a financial commitment from Caltrans, and we're working right now to determine what that may be if we do proceed with that process. And then the last act would be for the CTC to adopt a resolution, and then the relinquishment would then become effective the first day after the fiscal or calendar year after the resolution. So the subcommittee has been discussing the issue of relinquishment, and the findings of the subcommittee are to have city council recommend to city council to initiate the relinquishment process. And some of the reasons why is that the risks can be mitigated. We do not know to what level they can be mitigated, but we as a subcommittee feel that implementing the project, removing poles, improving traffic operations can mitigate some of the risk associated with ownership. Per the BCA, it was determined that the benefits outweigh the risks of relinquishment if the city is committed to implementing those projects. The BCA did find that, just relinquishment in and of itself would not benefit. So there is a commitment that needs to come with the relinquishment. Also, it's been reviewed and determined that designing to Caltrans standards would likely cause us to deem several of the improvements such as undergrounding to be infeasible. Anything's possible, but we would deem it infeasible due to costs, time delays, and just impacts to the open space. We believe that would really limit our ability to get environmental approval. In discussions with Southern California Edison, as I mentioned, when they made light of their TUG program, they did say if they are not able to get permits, they would just walk away from the project. So that was put out with their letter. So as a whole, that was what was considered and the determination that came out of the subcommittee. Some of the funding opportunities that we have been exploring with the project. As I mentioned before, the BRIC grant, we submitted that grant for $45 million. 45 is the request for a total cost of $60 million. The BRIC grant is focused on undergrounding. So we were unsuccessful in 2022. We've resubmitted in December for the 2023 sub-application. That's currently under review by Cal OES, and we expect them to make a determination by the end of this month whether or not they will proceed that to FEMA. So we're working through, we're answering questions, kind of working actively with Cal OES on that process right now. We also submitted for the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity grant. That's the RAISE grant. Ask was $5.12 million. We submitted and we, again, were unsuccessful. However, we were able to have a debrief with US DOT, and they actually informed us that we received 5 of the 6 points required to move forward in that process, gave us some very helpful feedback. So the deadline for the 2024 grant is February 28th. So we're working right now with Townsend to put together a more competitive application that would, again, ask for funding for PS&E, which is the phase following the current PA and ED phase. With that, the city is required to demonstrate a city contribution of $1.28 million for the project. So that is the letter that was included in the staff report requesting authority for the city manager to sign that letter to be submitted with our grant application. And then results would be expected in June of 2024. The city also applied for the active transportation grant in 2022. We were unsuccessful with that grant. One of the reasons being that as a state highway, Caltrans is required to support and make findings that this project should be submitted so it gets prioritized with all their other projects. And so unfortunately, that application was unsuccessful. With that, we are wholeheartedly committed to going after any grant we feel would benefit the project. So I've just listed here several grants that are on our radar. We're going to continue to look at these. We have Townsend actively reviewing these, letting me know, hey, Tom, we think there's one that we may be competitive for that could apply to what we're doing. And so we're very active on that front and paying attention to any funds that are out there for any phase of the project. So just want to finally touch on the environmental analysis. So the recommended actions that are in front of you tonight do not have any environmental impact. However, if a determination is made to proceed with the relinquishment, Caltrans would be the lead agency for that CEQA process. And so that would be something that would come out of a potential action tonight. And then future environmental analysis for the project is CEQA. We're looking at this point, we'll do the initial study and determine what level of CEQA analysis we will be doing. And then if we are successful in any federal grants, we would be required to then process NEPA, which is the national approval. And with that, I come to the recommended actions, which number 1 was to receive this update of the subcommittee. 2, we're asking council to approve the public engagement implementation plan that was attached to the agenda report, authorize the city manager to execute and submit a raise grant match commitment letter with a grant application, and to authorize the city manager to submit a relinquishment initiation letter to Caltrans to begin that relinquishment process. And with that, as I mentioned, myself and the team will be available to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for staff? Anybody?
I just have one.
Go ahead.
So I mean, you touched on this a lot, but on so obviously there's benefits in terms of local control over the design of the road, right? But and that flexibility, and in addition to benefits as it relates to the timing of the project, as well as implications for how we meet grant deadlines and the requirements. But on page, I think it's on page 25 of the staff report, I think it does a pretty good job of articulating. First of all, it's a very well done staff report, and thank you for the presentation. On page 25, it talks about, per Caltrans, these vaults would have to be located outside the right of way. And then it goes on and talk more about that. The last sentence of that paragraph said, this will be cost prohibited and potentially require the use of eminent domain and should be considered infeasible. So is it if hype are we able to, aside from the benefits of having flexibility that come from local control of Laguna Canyon Road, are we able to actually, in your view, how feasible is it that we can actually underground the utilities, taking aside funding and timing and all those different factors under the Caltrans design standards?
I think under the Caltrans design standards, as we've seen around the area of Big Bend, I think it would be feasible to get some of the distribution lines underground, and where it becomes infeasible or cost prohibitive is with the transmission lines, which require the large vaults and the large swaths of right-of-way that come with them. So that's where we would likely run into issue with the design of the transmission.
So is it fair to say that without relinquishment, you can't really underground Laguna Canyon Road?
With the anticipated impacts to the environment, we feel it would be very challenging to gain approval and buy-in from the community.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, along those lines, I have a question. So, we're talking here about, this is a good staff report. This is a very meaty topic, and admire you for doing this, taking this on. It's hard, really hard. But my question was, I lost it here. First of all, we have liability for the road, right? And in order to mitigate that liability, we have to make improvements to the road, right? So we do the relinquishment and then we have to do the improvements, but we don't really talk about the cost of the improvements in the staff report, right? So there's whatever, $45 million for the BRIC grant, then there's another 10 million. I don't know, I added up 60 million. If we got all the money, we'd get 60 million, right? But really, in actuality, we've got to spend a lot more money to make those road improvements.
Correct. Previous estimates that we had for the total project were at about $105 million. And so that, again, is as we proceed and gain approval, we'll continue to go after grant funds such as active transportation and those types that would fund construction as well.
You mentioned the $3.4 million we'd get back for overhead credit. Do we get overhead credits when we do assessment districts?
Yes.
We do. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And why? So it seems to me there's more environmental impact if you try to bury lines in the open space than if Caltrans allowed it to do it in their roadway.
Yeah,
What am I missing there?
That's been some of the discussion with Edison. They have let us know that if, for instance, if they put the transmission line through the open space, they need essentially a roadway to drive their vehicles on to be able to maintain those facilities. So you could be looking at a pathway, and I asked them if it could be DG or just like compacted dirt, what our options were. They say no, like an asphalt roadway that could be maybe around 15 feet wide. So where it gets to be, where it would just be a huge environmental impact, and even with the terrain, it could become infeasible. So the areas where we feel it would be beneficial is like the areas where we have the trailheads or the parking lots, where that might be where we would be able to fit in a vault where it's a relatively flat area already. And that's why we're thinking it would be like a hybrid. Some portions would be in the right of way, some would bleed out of the right of way. But Edison has kind of expressed to me they don't believe it would be feasible to put the entire system in the right of way. In the open space.
When we did the underground the lines in the Big Bend, where did those lines go?
They are in the roadway, but again, that was only the distribution line. So you still have the overhead transmission lines that are pushed away from the road a bit there. They go over the hill, I'll call it.
And when we, you mentioned this upcoming CPUC meeting, I think it is?
Yes.
It's in 2025?
No, it's coming up this year, but it would be for the rate case that funds Edison between 2025 and 2028. But they mentioned they're already starting the meetings. So the first one they mentioned to us would be in April of this year.
You know, and I was up in Northern California when I was over the holidays, and there were ads, PG&E had their ads up there, and they're bragging about how they're undergrounding in open space areas because of high fire risk. But why do you think we don't do it here? I mean, why doesn't the CPUC let Edison do it, make Edison do it or something, whatever the.
You do see some undergrounding in open space areas, but it's generally distribution that you see. And so, for example, Edison recently did a small undergrounding project in Aliso Canyon near the sewer treatment plant back there. Those were distribution lines that they undergrounded. But generally, you don't see transmission lines get undergrounded due to for the reasons that Tom mentioned. Because it requires access, because those are large lines, vaults, things like that. And then there are also considerations for when you're going up and over slopes. Those, depending on the grade that you're going, which we do have some hills out here in the open space, there is a maximum grade to put these pipes underground as well, which start to make some of the areas of the open space pretty infeasible for transmission.
Mm-hmm. And Caltrans, so Caltrans has money for relinquishments.
So what the BCA looked at was what their at that time what their capital improvement program, they call it SHOP, but it looked at that and saw what projects they had listed at the time. There was about $8 million worth of projects programmed. We've since looked at that, and those projects are no longer shown there. But that's where we feel we can put together a case to identify what should come along with it. However, in the discussions with the Caltrans staff, to your point, they stated it is a very big deal and something where it would require Sacramento to make a decision and budget the money. So to say, is there money available today? I don't believe so.
And would they, upon the relinquishment, would they make necessary repairs to the road, like drain it? You know, when we have a big rain, it gets flooded, or it gets problematic, I should say, most of the time.
Yeah, they're clear that they are not responsible for giving the road in a state of good repair. So that again would be part of the negotiation of, hey, we're looking at this knowing we're going to have to make improvements, and making the case that they need to share in that.
When would we get Edison? What is the timing of the Edison design? Do we have to do the relinquishment first? We have to, I forget the timeline.
There's a lot of things that would run concurrently. So currently Edison is in the design. I want to say they're showing their schedule to be complete maybe like this time next year. Again, that would be dependent on getting the permits they need.
And there's one more question. So suppose we vote to do the we vote on this tonight, do the relinquishment. Do we have an off ramp in the negotiations? What would be, and what point would that be?
Yeah, so we actually asked that specific question of Caltrans. They didn't give us an answer. They said, we'd like to think if you perceive that you're ready to go the entire distance. So we looked a little closer. As I mentioned, one of the key items is that we're required to come to an agreement with Caltrans. So we would be coming back to the city council with whatever agreement we reach. And at that point, we could receive feedback of, yes, looks good. No, we don't like it, walk away, or go back to Caltrans and ask for something different. So because of the timing in the process, it'd be hard for me to say it would be 6 months or a year or 2 years.
Maybe a couple years, right?
But it would be at that point, before we say we're in agreement with this negotiation, we could pull out of that.
Okay, all right, thanks.
The understanding there being, we're each responsible for our own, in other words, we're responsible for our staff time, they're responsible, so any costs incurred, each party would be responsible for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tom. George, you have questions?
Thank you. Yeah, what you mentioned here on item 4, recommendation that a letter to authorize city manager to enter negotiations for the acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road. Well, if we're not asking for any money, what's the negotiation then?
It would still require an agreement, and so what the literature I've read is essentially it would be a document where the city is acknowledging that they're accepting the road as is condition and things of that nature. So it would just still lay out the terms in which the roadway is going to be turned over.
Okay. And the risk here that you identified previously up to $11 million a year, what is it in actuality? Didn't the consultant get that information for us?
Yeah,
that was actually paid out over, let's say, the last 5 years per year.
So Caltrans would not give specific information. So at the time, and some of those, and I apologize, I looked myself and I realized the way it printed out, it's a bit hard to read. But the information did come from Caltrans, where they provided accident data. So that is true actual data for this corridor. So that's where we saw the 5 fatalities in that 10-year span. But the dollar amount, Caltrans would not share that, hey, this accident resulted in X amount of dollars. So what they gave to our consultant is what their statewide average is for a fatality and injury accident. So each of those was assigned. So that I think their average statewide they were showing for a fatality was about, I think, $10.8 million. So that, again, could be on a freeway, much different than Laguna Canyon Road. It's hard for us to really extrapolate and say this is exactly what it would be for this roadway, because we just don't have that data.
But we have had 5 of those over the last.
That was between 2009 and end of 2018. So
Okay.
a
10-year period of time. 10-year period of time may cost us up to $11 million per incident, maybe, or something less.
Yeah, and that's where we would look to, for instance, if you examine what some of those accidents were, if it was a collision with the pole, that's where we make the statement. If we were able to remove poles, that would be a potential mitigation measure, right, to reduce that amount. There are some things where with the best engineering design, there could still be accidents.
Okay, that makes sense. I think that needs to be done to figure out what the liability is. The other thing is I support the undergrounding, of course, because I think it's necessary for public safety and for aesthetics, but it seems to me that adding bicycle paths on the roadway will actually increase the number of potential deaths. We've seen it in town. We had a roadway accident right at the corner of Glenary. And that area is perhaps more dangerous. So I don't know if that analysis has been brought to bear at all. I mean, it's nice to have a bicycle lanes, but it is next to people going 45 and 50 miles an hour.
And in the PSR, so as part of that process, there were 5 project alternatives. I'll say one of those is the no build. So there were 4 alternative designs that were put forward. 2 of those included like a off-road class 1 trail. So that would be putting the trail behind the curb. So that was looking at one potential to increase the safety. In addition to that, some areas included a 5-foot bike trail, on-street bike trail, or a wide shoulder. And then also the pedestrian path.
Okay, yeah, that's something I think would, depending on what we do there. I mean, my interest is undergrounding per se, and not necessarily in public safety improvements that would keep the public and visitors safer, is we have to minimize our risk as well. What I got from the report there, page 10, it says, it concluded that acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road in and of itself would not be expected to generate substantial benefits for the city. However, construction of bicycle, pedestrian, and utility undergrounding improvements would result in benefits that would outweigh the risks associated with the acquisition and ownership. Don't necessarily see the bicycle like the pedestrian pathways too, but it's hard to quantify any of that to cost benefit. There's how do you do that? That's just a statement. The other thing I wanted to ask is, in a best case scenario, how much grant money can we actually get for undergrounding? It's $105 million for the total project. Of that, most of it's undergrounding, I imagine. So is it 70 million, or is it, and then at the low end, 20 million? Any idea? Take a guess.
Councilmember Weiss, it would be our intention to get as much grant funding as possible, and we would be hopeful to get all of it funded by grants. It's impossible to speculate, I would say, at this time, how much grant funding we would ultimately get. We do, staff, our consultant team, we are pretty confident that we will get some grant funding. It's probably going to come later in the process for later phases. What we're finding out there in the industry right now, especially in Orange County, is that grant programs, external agencies are hesitant to fund projects before they finish the environmental phase of the project. Once environmental phase is complete, there are a lot of funding pots out there. When we've talked to OCTA and Caltrans and others, there does seem to be funds out there available. And so staff believes we will get funding, but I couldn't give you a number that it'll be 70% or 80%. But we do think we will be successful getting some funds, especially for those portions of the project for active transportation, for bicycle and pedestrian pathways and some transit improvements. There is a lot of funding out there, especially for a regional roadway like Laguna Canyon Road, that OCTA is anxious to put some money towards, and Caltrans themselves. And so we're pretty comfortable, or pretty confident that there is funding out there, but an exact amount, hard to say.
Okay, so impossible to say on that. And then we'd have to figure out what the gap would be and fund that through either a bond issue or something else. So yeah, I suppose, right? We'd have to borrow the money or pay for it ourselves out of our general fund if we have big surplus again.
Right. Part of the subcommittee conversation has been that we will at some point need to come forward with a funding plan. So that's where we will be looking at what our options are. We didn't have that tonight. We put forward all of the grant opportunities that we're pursuing, but that definitely would be a deliverable that we would need to bring.
My last question is on the public engagement here. The public engagement would be to determine what the amenities are on the roadway, what kind of a path and walking path and bicycle paths there would be, the kind of lighting. It really isn't substantial or whether the public wants it or not. It's what amenities do you want after?
Yeah, that definitely is a big part. We also want to make sure that anything that's proposed doesn't carry with it an unintended consequence, something we're not aware of that may negatively impact something that let's just say Fish and Wildlife is doing along the corridor. So it's really to get out there and understand what interests people do have out there, what else is happening besides just our proposed projects. So it would be learning just what's important to people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council? Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Scott Sebastian, as you know, this is really an unusual opportunity for me to come forward and support for the second time the staff recommendation. I want to say also that the report was extremely clear, well-written, well-organized. It was kind of nice to read it. And I also need to confess that I'm probably one of the few people you know who gets excited about road projects. Road design is something I've been involved in for most of my professional life, and I think that it is the right thing for the city to do to push this one forward. And the reason I came was because I thought people would be opposing it on the basis of risk. Because when we come forward before, a long time ago, previous councils, the idea of the coast highway ever being taken over by the city was absolutely non-negotiable, wouldn't talk about it. But I don't think you can get this one right unless you take over the road. I've had a lot of experience, well, a moderate amount of experience with Caltrans over the years. And I know their standards, and I just don't think you're going to be happy with what you get if you don't take over the road. So I'm particularly strongly in favor of your taking over the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
So I'm not sure if I'm for or against it, but having been a developer my entire career and being in real estate and finance, we always wanted to get rid of the roads because we never wanted to financially pay for the the improvements, and also all the liabilities. So I just feel like the city's about ready to take under a huge financial exposure and liability. And if it just means waiting 2 years to bury the lines, I think it'd be worth waiting. I just finished burying distribution lines. I only had to do an 18-inch wide trench with 24-inch. I used a little Bobcat. We did not disturb much of the open space. It was pretty easy to get in there. So if it's about the open space, is there a way we could maybe look and see if we couldn't take some of the transmission lines? I've never done the transmission. I've done lots of distribution lines. And it's not that corrosive, but I guess it's 193,000, that's today, but Caltrans has all the equipment, they have all the people. I think it's going to cost the city a lot more. And I guess I just would like to ask, what really will be our ongoing financial liability? Because it's going to impact our insurance, our costs, our human resources, et cetera. So I just really hope you take a very careful look before they give us that road, because it's something I've always wanted to get rid of. Thank you for your consideration. And it was a very well detailed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joy.
I'm just going to hand out the letter that Village Laguna submitted, which you got in your package, and Ann Kane may be phoning in with some of these points. I'd like to know what the design is that we're striving for. That PSR report had those 5 different options, and most of them I could not support, especially the one with the 10-foot wide bike path on the west side of the road. I just felt like we would end up with a giant paved corridor there, and that is not what we want to see in the final result. So I suggest that we go ahead with the public engagement program, go over those options with the public, talk about other options, get an idea of what the design is that we're striving for with the function and the appearance of the road. And I agree with what George is saying about the bike path, because I think that 10-foot wide bike path would just be the end of us. And the people in the canyon couldn't get to it. It would be on the wrong side of the road for anybody who lives in the canyon to use. And so you'd have dangers with them trying to get on the bike path if you're talking about liability. So I think the community needs to know what this final look is going to be. What is the road going to be like when this is done? Is that going to inspire the community to support it, or will they think it's not worth it? So I think you should start the public engagement program as soon as possible. Give the kind of information that Tom is I mean, he went over it so well tonight. And the pros and cons he also explained. And the risk of not coming up with the money, that's a big risk to think about. And if the image of the new improvements, if to me, you have the 3-lane road, you have a strip of landscaping, you have a pathway that's similar to what they did in San Clemente on the beachfront. It's a multi-purpose pathway. It's DG, and bikes and strollers and walkers can all use it. And there's planting on both sides. To me, that would be the image of a road that I would support. And what the utilities have to do to fit into that scenario, I think could be worked out. But we need community support if you're going to take on this huge commitment. And without an image of what that road's going to be like, I don't think you're going to get it. So I would suggest that we do the engagement now and delay the request for relinquishment until that comes about. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Okay, anybody else? Okay, we got 5 hands up on Zoom, so Cheryl, do your thing.
John Thomas, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. I appreciate Tom's presentation and the council's question. While I support undergrounding and encourage the city council to continue its efforts to underground utilities along Laguna Canyon Road, I do not support acquiring Laguna Canyon Road at this time. While there is support for undergrounding, acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road is not required to proceed with undergrounding. Undergrounding and acquisition, this recommendation and the agenda bill blur that distinction. The potential cost and liability associated with acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road are extraordinary. According to the HDR report, perhaps more than $150 million, and that does not include undergrounding costs that it estimates is more than an additional $70 million, bringing the potential total to well.
John?
He's still unmute. He's unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
No, we lost you, John. We heard about a minute.
No, it's gone now.
Am I back?
Oh,
yeah.
Like you're talking. Okay, I don't know. I'm going to repeat. I'm going to run over a little bit. But I said, did you hear the part where I said the potential costs and liability associated with the acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road are extraordinary?
Yes.
Would it be better if I phone in?
No, we can hear you now. Go ahead,
You
John.
dropped off when you were about to reference the $100 million.
Okay, thank you. The potential costs and liability associated with the acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road are extraordinary. According to the HDR report, perhaps more than $150 million, and that does not include undergrounding costs that it estimates is more than an additional $70 million, bringing the potential total to well over $200 million. Yet the economic value of the benefits of the acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road is speculative as at best, and as they appear in the HDR report are based on some head-scratching assumptions like $84 million in benefit from bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure resulting from factors like improved journey quality. Really? If HDR has fairly estimated costs related to the acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road, and if acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road is not required to proceed with undergrounding efforts, I see no compelling reason to rush into the process of acquisition at this time. The report clearly states this analysis does not provide a conclusive decision as to the most appropriate course of action for the city. It goes on to say, if the city's vision for Laguna Canyon Road corridor acquisition road at this time. Plus, I believe we would find that jumping into an acquisition process will come as a big surprise to most Laguna residents. So while it may make sense for the city to continue with the process regarding undergrounding, the city has not shown good reason to justify acquisition of Laguna Canyon Road And I urge the council to not approve recommendation 4, the acquisition. And by the way, I know I'm going to run out of time, but I participated in a number of the meetings leading up to Measure P, and we learned a lot there. And I would recommend that we kind of go back and look at some of what we learned there again. One thing, for example, we learned was something like 75% of the cost is the transmission, 25% is the distribution. And it seems like this process and the decision is being pushed by the transmission component. And there was somebody that was pretty knowledgeable on that group that was telling us, you know, undergrounding transmission lines is not a great idea. There can be serious problems. So anyway, hopefully you will get into, you know, some public meetings before you decide whether you're going to purchase the road or not. And, you know, kind of hash some of this stuff out and go back and look at the notes again from the Measure P. Thanks.
Thanks, John.
Okay, we've got Penny Milne. Go ahead, Penny.
Thank you. And I really want to thank all of you, especially Bob, who has pursued this undergrounding with such determination. It's really exciting to get even this far, since this project is so critical to our safety in so many ways. So I have just a few comments about acquiring the road. Others who are quite wise seem to disagree with me, but this report seems to provide a pretty solid rationale for acquiring the road, right? Not just that we're going to get a much more Laguna Beach project if we own the road, but a big part of that is not just where we underground, which is pretty critical to those of us who love the underspace, the open space, but if we can underground, but things like lane widths, and that's pretty critical too, because how much we impact the businesses and the residences along the road is controlled by lane widths, a choice we could make that Caltrans won't let us make. Speed, where crosswalks go so we can serve the community better, and perhaps not having to kill the many beautiful big old trees near the road to meet Caltrans standards. So to me, there seems like a lot of justification for the city to own it. But so other things. Number 2 on the recommendations list, outreach. Council had previously directed that the environmental groups were to be part of the outreach. We are not listed as stakeholder group. I encourage that we should be. And then just real quickly, some forward-looking things that really are looking forward from here. They're not part of the immediate things. Right-of-way concerns, I would love council members to begin to think about how to help and support, especially the businesses, though some homes may be impacted, because I think it's highly likely that when we see the right-of-way, it will have removed a lot of the parking in front of businesses and maybe even impact buildings. So despite how optimistic I am about this critical project, I also think we're going to face some real human challenges out there. And again, we don't know the details till we see the right of way, but just beginning to roll over how we're going to help people who are being impacted by that. I'd also like to see the city get ownership of the corner property at Laguna Canyon Road in El Toro that Caltrans now owns. The property's adjoining piece between the 2 wilderness parks and the Dilley Preserve. If it's not going to be Caltrans's road, maybe they don't need a lot fronting it, and we can treat that wildlife corridor much more sensitively than they will. Right, their use of also 2 more as part of the Laguna Canyon Road plans. Think about a wildlife overcrossing or other facilitation of wildlife corridors. There are grants available. And finally, flood control. Should we be thinking about a facility to correct and direct flood water? Thank you.
Thanks, Penny.
Okay, phone number ending in 5188, *6 to unmute yourself.
Ann Kane, President of Village Laguna. Good evening, Mayor and Council. While safety and infrastructure improvements are important, our community harbors genuine concerns about the scale and necessity of this undertaking. First and foremost, there is apprehension that the road widening may be excessive, potentially encroaching upon protected lands in our canyon, as illustrated in previous concept reviews showing a wide bike path on the west side of the canyon road, creating a broad swath of paving by taking land from Laguna Coast Wilderness Park and LCAD frontage. Preserving our environment should be paramount, especially the hard-fought lands of the Greenbelt Wilderness Park and the scenic frontage for LCAD. Additionally, the financial burden placed on taxpayers for this endeavor is of great concern. We must consider that this project is both fiscally responsible and necessary for a city our size, with just 23,000 residents. Past experiences with projects that seem out of proportion to our town's scale have left us cautious. We employ the City Council to carefully evaluate the necessity and potential consequences of this project. And I know John Thomas just talked about all the financial parts, so I'm not going to talk about that. But the option of undergrounding utilities for public safety while incorporating a modest trail and landscape project under Caltrans ownership of the road should be seriously explored, and designs for that approach should be considered before proceeding further. We appreciate the public engagement program outlined in the agenda bill, but we request that it take place before any other financial commitments are made and prior to authorizing the city manager to negotiate the relinquishment with Caltrans. It is essential that we find a balanced approach that respects our environment, finances, and the character of our community. We request that you thoroughly consider our concerns before proceeding with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Okay, Jean Felder, go ahead. You can unmute yourself. Actually, I clicked on Jim Danziger. Go ahead, Jim. Sorry, Jean. Go ahead, Jim. May have confused everybody. I will go ahead and promote Jean. So go ahead, Jean. You can unmute yourself.
Mayor Kemp, this is Gene Felder. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. I live at 2680 Park Avenue and a member of a number of organizations. I would like to address the council as an individual. I think it would be fine if the city of Laguna Beach would own and control Laguna Canyon Road rather than Caltrans. But the idea would be that the city would be better stewards of the road and the cherished environment, as the road is between the Laguna Coast Wilderness Park and the Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park. So it's a special place that many have worked very hard to preserve. I would suggest this agenda item be approved, but only if it is in accord with all the recommendations of the Laguna Canyon Road Task Force. The Laguna Canyon Road Task Force met for thousands of hours for over a year, participants including the president of the Laguna Canyon Conservancy, Carolyn Wood. I'd like to mention two problems that the council should consider. There are many small businesses on the east side of Laguna Canyon Road, and for these businesses to stay in business, it's critical to have the center lane of the Laguna Canyon Road to allow turning into and exiting from these businesses. After Laguna does business at one of these locations, it's a bit scary to turn left on Laguna Canyon Road, to turn left, returning back into town. But currently it's a two-step process. First, turning left just to get into the center lane, and then step two to merge into the traffic lane. If you remove the center lane from this purpose, there likely will be an increase in accidents, injuries, and deaths. Also, bike lanes are great, but the worst place to put a bike lane would be on the east side of Laguna Canyon Road. Once again, with many businesses on there, there are so many driveways. There are many vehicles entering and exiting from those businesses, crossing such a bike lane. This would be a very unsafe place to put a bike lane. So I would support you approving agenda item 14, but only if you emphasize that it meets all recommendations. Oh boy, that rang my chime there. If it would kind of threw me off there. So please make sure that all the work, hundreds of volunteers, I think we had Fish and Game there, Caltrans, Carolyn Wood, Verna Rollinger, the Laguna Canyon Road Task Force recommendations should be included. Thanks.
Eugene.
Hey, okay, we have Jim Danziger. Go ahead, Jim. You can unmute yourself. Hey, we're going to move on to the next one. Phone number ending in 9696. You can star 6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council. Lorraine Laguna. I was one of the stakeholders that the 2014 Laguna Canyon Road Task Force. So I'm quite excited to see this item come onto the agenda. People are talking about expenses. People are talking about the cost and the risk and so forth and so on. My question would be, has it been looked at? And I don't know who the holders ad hoc committee, I could not seem to find any of the names of the individuals. Would be very handy to have that, to know who's serving on this ad hoc committee, who is bringing this item forward. But that aside, has it been looked at to consider making, if with the relinquishment, not only are we going to be able to fulfill complete streets with that, with the bike lane, but keep in mind, is it possible at all to designate it an open space scenic highway for our city? And with that, consider having a toll that's on demand, meaning that when our parking is filled in town and we are at peak capacity, that then the parking rate or the toll rate on demand would go up. Of course, all residents would have a toll-free pass as residents of the community. But has that been looked at as far as offsetting the cost of this? Kind of a right to passage, but keeping that an open space scenic highway designated for our city. Is that at all possible? Has that at all been looked at? And then toll to help to pay the cost and the expenses of this. That to me seems like it may help to offset it. But thank you very much for your time, and I do support the item, but those are a couple of questions that I have. Thank you so much, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, phone number ending in 7666. Star 6 to unmute yourself. 7666.
Good evening, Council. It's been a long night, and I appreciate your service. This is Jim Danziger. First of all, I won't reiterate what John Thomas said, but I'm very much share his serious concerns about the financial commitment that would be placed upon the city with the taking over of this section of Laguna Canyon Road. $100 million is only the beginning. The grants, unsuccessful, will never approach anything close to the $100 million. The fatalities are about $1 million each, but there's other liabilities for someone who's severely injured, like a paralysis. So my number one concern is that with all of the other projects that the city is very interested in doing, the decision to commit to a massive expenditure for the control of this section of Laguna Canyon Road seems to me to be highly irresponsible, actually. Here's another thing. If you did a thought experiment and said, if you're concerned in Laguna about safety for drivers, for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for evacuation routes, what road that we don't control would we want to control? It's Coast Highway, not Laguna Canyon Road. That's where we have most of our fatalities, where everyone is at risk trying to cross streets, etc., where signals are not appropriately synchronized. So if you really wanted to do something to meet many of those objectives, even evacuation, which would mostly be north-south under almost any condition, not out the canyon, those evacuation routes would also be controlling the road. Does any other city control Coast Highway? Yes. Newport Beach and Dana Point both did the relinquishment to get control over Coast Highway through their city. So if we were doing some major effort for control, it's my contention that doing Coast Highway would make more sense. I know you've been involved in this since 2015. I know there's a real interest in undergrounding, but I believe that the cost of this, if the city tried to take it over, would be extraordinarily high. And I don't think we can pursue this project while so many other projects are also on the table in terms of public works, infrastructure, and so forth. Let Caltrans and the utilities do the undergrounding, and we participate as a second level player. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I don't see any more speakers. Cheryl, do you?
No other hands,
Yeah,
Mayor.
I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Who would like to start?
If I could start, I'd like to do that. So in answer to one of the questions from the subcommittee is Alex Renagi and myself that was appointed by the council back in January of 2023. So, you know, I've been nearly 10 years on this project, I think more than 10 years, because I brought an agenda bill to form the Laguna Canyon Road Task Force in 2013, shortly after I was elected. Councilmember Tony Eisman, she may have been mayor at the time, and I co-chaired that committee for 2 years. And, you know, we got to a lot of consensus at the end. One of the strongest consensus elements was to underground utilities for traffic safety and fire safety. And then there were other consensus items that were reached as well, if you look back at that report. But I will say this, I was an advocate at the time. Tony was always saying, you'll never get the road you want to get with Caltrans in the picture. And I said, well, I don't think I necessarily agree with that. I think Caltrans, we could work with them. We could get a roadway that we need. I think it's pretty apparent from the work that our consultants have done and our staff has done with Caltrans that we've come to a fork in the road here. We're at a fork in the road. And as Yogi Berra, the famous Yankee Hall of Fame catcher, said, when you come to the fork in the road, take it. Well, we're at a point where we got to take it. And we got to take it now. It's so apparent to me that we've got to opt for local control on this, and we've got to design it to local standards. If we want to have, just listening tonight to the things that were brought up, that, you know, we want to have some kind of wildlife corridor control, if we want to minimize the damage to the open space, you know, if we want to have bike lanes and pedestrian pathways that sort of fit the Laguna style, it's us. We got to control it. That's never going to happen with a Caltrans design. And when 2 months ago, when our consultant, we had our first subcommittee meeting on this, and our consultants came to us and said, you got to look at relinquishment. I said, I don't want to look at relinquishment. Why do we want to do that? And we worked through it, and it became apparent because we can't design the road that we want with the local improvements that we as a community want with Caltrans standards. It just isn't going to happen. So council's already taken the hard step on this, which was almost in May, I guess. We appropriated the $3.5 million to hire this team to assist us in designing a road. And we are now in the process, and I actually agree with a lot of comments we got from Ann and Village Laguna and others tonight. Now the challenge to us is, can we go through this public engagement phase of 18 months and put together a roadway improvement that is satisfactory to the community, that the community and the council, whoever the council is at that point sitting up here, is willing to support. So the challenge is before us right now is we need to kick off this process. We need to take the fork in the road that's the local control fork and see if we can get there. Can we get to a point where we can design a road that achieves all the objectives that are outlined in the report? You know, public safety, complete streets, traffic safety, all the benefits that are outlined there. I think we can. I think we owe it to ourselves to try to do it. The 105 million, we don't have 105 million. But what we've been told is, and staff has worked incredibly hard, you know, we now think we have some possibilities with Edison. And we've been told by Caltrans and OCTA through multiple interfaces and meetings with them, if you get a project that is environmentally cleared by your community, we're going to get you funding for the road. So we're going to get funding for the road. So we're not going to put it on the taxpayer for $105 million. We're going to ultimately get grants for the road to do the project. But we have to get to a project that everybody is satisfied with and willing to commit to as a community. So I think we need to roll with the process. We already committed the $3.5 million. Let the team go, let the community engagement occur, and let's see if we get to a point where we have a roadway that accomplishes all the objectives that we've set out for it, for ourselves, over the last 10 years. I think it's a project that is not too big for our community. It's a project that we need to take on. We're talking about less than 3 miles of roadway. We're not going to hit financial ruin over a 3-mile roadway stretch. So, I turned it over to council to debate it, but I think we're at that fork in the road. I think we need to take it. I think it's clear which fork we need to take, because the Caltrans is a dead end.
Oh, I like the idea of undergrounding, and I like the idea of amenities. We haven't had community come to us and say, hey, we need a biking path, we need a walking path on Laguna Canyon Road. So, I'd say that desire may be there.
George, I'd have to ask you to go back to the Laguna Canyon Road Task Force report. 'Cause
Yeah, I
that
didn't see
is
that.
in there.
That's
That is
still-
in there. We went through
Okay.
that whole process of working through
So that
what the
came
high
from the
consensus
community
was.
and a number of
Yeah, 2
individuals.
years worth of
Okay.
2 years worth of process.
Okay, well, let me ask this then. I'm not saying I'm not supporting it. What I'm asking is, there isn't really a very detailed analysis of what the roadway would cost us in terms of maintenance and liability. Have we done any analysis of the potential risk of putting a bike path in? Does that increase the risk of fatalities? Does it not? What about current fatalities? We don't know that we can mitigate some of that risk. So we have to deal with what actually happened with Caltrans, and that was 4 or 5 fatalities over a period of 10 years, which cost, 6 or 11 million. Let's take a reduced amount of that. It's still $25 to $30 million if we even half it. So that I would like to see us do, if we do approve this tonight, to do some better financial analysis than we have today, to just say, yeah, we can decrease that if we make some changes in the roadway. We don't know. What are those? We don't have any idea what they are. Thank you.
Alex?
Yeah, I think Bob articulated the case for what, for moving forward on this pretty well. When I ran for council, this was the main issue that I talked about at every single, when I would knock on doors and at every single event, undergrounding Laguna Canyon Road. And when I talk to residents, it's something I hear brought up all the time, especially in light of, unfortunately, just the recent fires in Maui, and just more and more we hear about fires caused by above ground utility lines. And, as a council, our job is public safety. And so I think in 3 different ways, the status quo is just totally unsafe. So from a fire perspective, there's data in the HDNR report on page 84, data provided by Caltrans documents 7 recent incidents involving utility poles or above ground power lines that sparked small fires in the area of Laguna Canyon Road. So, when you look at that, if the winds had shifted, it could have been a catastrophe. That would have been something that would just be a disaster for our community. And that's not something that, I think we can expect there's going to be more crashes into those poles, and we don't want that catastrophe. There's a high cost to that, obviously, in terms of, property damage. The fire in 1993 was $500 million. The fires, PG&E estimates that the fires that happened in 2018 and 2019 had a cost of $30 billion in property damage. But even more important than property damage is the cost of human life. And that's our job, to safeguard our residents and to the greatest extent possible. So I think undergrounding is just so important from the fire perspective. Also evacuation is one of 3 ways in and out of our town. We did an evacuation study, I think 2 years ago, and I don't have that analysis in front of me, but if Laguna Canyon Road's blocked off, that significantly impacts our community's ability to evacuate. And then also it's an incredibly unsafe road. There's probably few roads in this area in Orange County that are as unsafe as Laguna Canyon Road. 6 deaths and is over that approximately 10-year time period. That's significant. And if we can take steps to reduce that, which I believe we can do, I'm very confident that we can do, that's a victory. There's some interesting data here on page 79 about we had in terms of 26 bicycles were involved in, we had 22 cyclist injuries. There's a study from some national agency that says when you have protected bike lane, the risk of injury decreases by 95% where bicyclists ride in separated bike lanes. I mean, to me, that's going to improve safety. So, and again, all that will be worked out how we go about doing it. But when we look at just the fire risk, the evacuation issues, and just the how dangerous the road is in its current form, it's kind of crazy that really it took. Luckily, we elected Bob Whalen in 2012 because I mean it's crazy we didn't do this decades ago. But this really needs to be addressed. And when we, as I go through the analysis that our consultants prepared, it's hard to see how we can move forward in making these necessary improvements to fix it from an undergrounding perspective, from a safety perspective, without relinquishment. So, because as was pointed out earlier, it's even if we're able to figure out a way to underground under the Caltrans design guidelines, we wouldn't be able to do that without significantly impacting our open space in a way that our community doesn't want. We heard that from the public comment. So I think as Bob mentioned, a lot of the public comments were talked about different ideas and different input about how we go about doing this, how we design the roadway. And I think we have a very robust outreach process outlined here. One of the things that I want to add is to make sure that we have a presentation to the Coastal Greenbelt Authority. We really involve the environmental groups as well as, the businesses. And all this is the environmental groups and Coastal Greenbelt Authority aren't spelled out in the specific, in the outreach plan, but I think our intention is for them to be involved. So I believe there's going to be a robust process to figure out the design of this road to meet the community's needs. And I'm looking forward to that. And then finally on the question of cost, I think cost and funding. So I think as I outlined, the cost of the status quo to me is too high compared to taking action. And then in terms of funding, we have an unprecedented amount of funding right now that probably won't be available because of the bipartisan infrastructure bill that all that funding's trickling down now. We've been strategic in trying to do engagement with trail users, hotel workers, because a lot of these grants come with points for disadvantaged communities, which Laguna Beach is not, but users of the road are disadvantaged communities. So we're really strategically positioning ourselves to try to get grant money. And I think the SCE targeted undergrounding is going to be something that we'll develop a strategy on how we approach those rate hearings later this year to try to get the money there. And then as Bob pointed out, if we can figure out how to OCTA won't pay for the undergrounding, but they'll pay for the road improvement. So I feel very optimistic about our ability to really finally get this to make this project happen. And I'm grateful for all the hard work of staff and our consultants, and especially and in particular Bob Whalen, who without this we wouldn't be here today. So I'm supportive of this moving forward.
Yeah, I think, well, you guys have clearly done a lot of work in a short period of time. I'm really surprised at how much you've gotten done. And, I am concerned about the cost of doing the roadway, but, but I haven't been involved in these discussions. If you guys are confident that we can get roadway money, that gives me, a better level of comfort. I actually think we'll have a better environmental situation if we take over the roadway than if we don't. Because there's so many things we can do. And also, when I see someone riding a bike down Laguna Canyon Road, I cringe. I mean, I have friends who have families and the husband rides back and forth to work on Laguna Canyon. I just like, oh, I just can't stand to think about it. Cause you're driving down there and if you take your eye off the road for a second, when you're going around, if there's somebody with a bike there, they can get nailed. So we'll have, bike lanes, protected bike lanes will be, I would be perfectly comfortable riding my bike in a protected bike lane on Laguna Canyon Road, but not now. There's no way. So I think we should, so the relinquishment's going to take a while. Caltrans is going to come back to us with contract, whatever it is. It's going to come back to us, right? At that point, we can take the off ramp if we want to. If we don't like the terms, if there's things we don't like about the contract, we can do it then. We're not locked in, right? So, right, Tom?
Correct.
Okay. So I think we just go ahead with the relinquishment, get it started. And in the meantime, we'll do all of our outreach and we'll get some good ideas about how to design the road. So that's where I am. Any other further comments? No? Any motion here?
Well,
Or
the-
what?
I would, following up on a point Alex raised, and I would like to approve or make a motion to approve the recommended action, but on the public engagement implementation plan, this would be on page 11. I would like that amended to add into that bottom of page 11, focus stakeholder meetings, including environmental groups. And the list of those environmental groups, at a minimum, you're gonna just like to have them on the record, would be Laguna Greenbelt, Laguna Canyon Foundation, Coastal Greenbelt Authority, Can Do, Laguna Canyon Conservancy, Orange County Parks, and Village Laguna. So all those entities should be included as stakeholders in the environmental community side of it. So I would move the recommended action with that one addition to the public engagement implementation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, that's 4-0.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mark. Great
Couple more
job.
things to take care of here, council, is we have we're going to continue the item number 15, which is the continuance of the commercial district property maintenance program. We've already taken public comment on this. Nobody commented, but I need a vote.
Move the recommended action.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
And Mayor, just for the record, the public hearing's now open on that item. Is that correct? So when we continue the public hearing, we've opened the public hearing and then continued it.
right,
So just for the let the record reflect that the public hearing's open.
right. Do I close it now?
We'll leave it open.
We already did it.
We leave it open.
Oh, we leave it open. That's right until, okay, got it. All right, and so our next public meeting is going to be January 19th, our strategic planning session. And it's going to be at Suzy Q. Just what time does it start, Sean? Do you remember? 8:30. Okay, great. We're adjourned. Thank you.
If anyone's still watching, we're not doing agenda item 16.